welcome to Crime in Court. This is the 1996 Menendez Brothers trial. We are reading through the transcript. Unfortunately, we do not have video this time around. We had video for the 1993 trial, which we watched, and now we are uh, moving on to the 1996 trial to see and compare the differences because we are repeatedly told that a lot of this stuff didn't come in and that the judge was potentially biased. A lot of it, by this stuff, I mean, evidence of the evidence of the SA, the CA that was going on in the Menendez brothers' home, perpetrated by Jose and Kitty. Both of them were quite terrible to their children. I mean, there's no other way to say it. So, we are hopping along. We are still on week 2. Oh, let me shrink myself so I can show you guys this. Don't forget, we have a list of the witness testimony in the description. There's a link also to the transcripts for your perusal. So I like to go over this. I know I repeat this every episode, but it helps because it helps me personally, and I think it might help you guys too because we can't see the people talking and it's all one voice, it's me. So I like to go over the fact that representing for the people of California, it is Gil Garcetti is the DA. And then we have Carol Najera, and then we have David Kahn, both representing. We hear from Carol and David mostly. We've never heard from Gil Garcetti. I don't even think he has attended the trial, but I don't know. All right, and then we've got for Lyle, we've got Michael Judge, who we also have not heard from. So far, we've only heard from Charles Gessler and Terry Towery. And then and all of these people, by the way, are new, which is another reason why I'm going over them because so far, everyone that I've told you about was not in trial 1. However, the only returning attorney was Leslie Abramson, who is representing Erik. She also brought on a new attorney to help her to be co-counsel, and that is Barry Levin. So, she didn't even I don't know who was her person last time she had somebody I thought, but Barry was not in the first trial either. And then again, we have presiding over this case is Judge Stanley Weisberg. He is same guy from the first trial, very biased, gets into it a lot with the defense. Um, but he has enough um like he stays partial in certain things enough to make it seem like he's not biased, but he to me he's biased. All right. And then this entire trial was months long, just like the first trial. It's October 11th is when it started in 1995, and then we will end with April 1996, just to have a time frame of this trial. So we're still in October of 1995. And we are on week 2, and we are going to read through Klara Wright and Randolph Wright's testimony. Just a brief little overview. They are the parents, I believe, of their friend of the brother's friend Billy, and they're going to talking to the brothers the very next day after the homicide. So they did not testify in the last trial, so these are new witnesses. So that is why we're going to go over their testimony in full. So, without further ado, let's begin. Please hit that like button as we get started. It really helps the algorithm. All right, so we're starting on October 18th with Klara Wright. She just came to the stand. She spelled her name. She's been sworn in, all that stuff. Direct examination is going to start with um, questions by Ms. Nahara. Ms. Wright, are you married? Yes. What is your husband's name? Randolph Wright. What does Mr. Wright do? He's an attorney. And Mrs. Wright, on August 21st, 1989, did you go to the home of Jose and Kitty Menendez? So this is the day after they were found, after the homicide. So the homicides happened August 20th in the very late evening, and then into the morning of is when the investigation took place because they called 911 that evening, and law enforcement was on the scene that night in through the morning hours. Just to kind of give you an idea of where we're at in the testimony timeline. That's they're kind of going in order chronologically, and that's where we're at. So now it's the next morning, and Mrs. Wright did go to the home of Kitty and Jose. She says, "Yes, I did." And Ms. Nahara says, "And why did you go there?" My husband asked me to pick up some tennis rackets that my son Billy left with Erik to pick up. So, son Billy, friends of the brothers, plays tennis with them at least. We know that. So, I went there to pick up the racket. And when you refer to Erik, who are you referring to, really? Erik Menendez. I guess I have to do that for the record, but it's like, really? I think we know who you're talking about, but okay. And do you understand that he is one of the individuals who's on trial in this matter? Yes. And when you went to the home, at approximately what time did you go to the Menendez home? It was about 11 in the morning. And when you went to the Menendez home at 11 in the morning on August 21st, did you observe anything at the Menendez home? Yes, as I was driving up the street, I noticed there were a lot of cars in front of the house and a yellow ribbon was wrapped around the house. So I knew there was some trouble. I kind of slowed down. I really wasn't going to stop. I kind of just slowed down. The court says, "Okay, wait for another question, please." So she's giving too long and uh, too long of an answer that isn't responsive to the question, basically. And Miss Nahara asks, after you slowed down, did you see anybody out there that you recognized? Yes, Erik was sitting in a car near the curb and he jumped out of the car and he was glad to see me. Now, when you talked about Erik, is that the defendant Erik Menendez? Yes. Where was the defendant Erik Menendez when you saw him? Sitting in a little car by the curb, front of the house. And when you saw him, was he alone or was he with anybody? I think Lyle was in the car too, but he never got out. When you refer to an individual named Lyle, are you referring to the defendant Lyle Menendez? Yes, I am. And did you know the defendant Lyle Menendez before this date, August 21st, 1989? Had you seen him before? I never met him. I saw him before, I think, at tennis matches, but I never met him. So this woman never met Lyle. Billy was friends with Erik only, it seems. All right, so now when you saw the defendant, Erik Menendez, sitting in the car and he came up to you, what was the first thing that happened? Erik said to me, "Mrs. Wright, I'm so glad you're here. We need to speak to your husband." And he said either that he was trying to get a hold of him or that he wanted to get a hold of him. And did you tell, did he tell you why he needed to see your husband? Well, I asked him, I said, "What's going on here?" And then he told me that his parents were, their lives were taken during the night. So then I knew why he wanted to get a hold of him, the attorney father, or husband of Mrs. Wright here. So how did he tell you about what happened at the Menendez home? What did he say? I asked him, I said, "You know what? Obviously, there was something terrible going on." And I said to him, I said, "Erik, what's going on?" And he said, "My parents were KILL'd during the night, and I was devastated. I felt so bad for them." And after he told you that, did he tell you anything else? that he needed to speak to my husband, and I told him that I would get a hold of my husband because he's tough to get a hold of. And what else was said by either yourself or the defendant, Eric Menendez? I told him that he's tough to get a hold of. He might be in court. Maybe I won't be able to get a hold of him. So why doesn't he just come over to the house around 3:30? Because Randy, the husband, usually gets home by then, or I can get a hold of him and tell him to be home. Now, after you told him this, did you stay there or did you leave? I left. And this whole conversation, where did it take place? Front of the house. I was in my car, never got out, and he got out of his car and he leaned in the windows and was talking to me. He did give me the rackets. I left with the rackets. So remember, if you remember, we left off with Sergeant Edmonds' testimony, and the brothers were not allowed to come back to the house. So I don't know at what point the brothers were allowed to come back because they were told not to come back that evening because they were still investigating. So I'm not sure. At some point, they must have handed the house back over to them that day or allowed them to come back and take tennis rackets. Were these the rackets that were in the den where the crimes took place? I don't know. So let's see what if this attorney gets into that. So this woman says she left with the rackets. When he came out of his car, did he come out with the rackets or did he go in to get the rackets? No, he didn't know why I came, but after I saw what happened, I didn't want to bring up the rackets. He just said, "What was I doing there?" And I said, "Forget it. I came to pick up rackets, but forget it." And then he said, "No problem. He'll get them for me." Wait, I said, "No, no, it's okay. Forget the rackets." But he went in the house and got the rackets and brought them to me. Now, after you left the Menendez home, did you do anything with regards to your husband? Yes, I called him at the office. I don't know if I got a hold of him or not, but I obviously must have during the day because he did come home at 3:30. Yes, I did. I got a hold of him after lunch. So as you sit there right now, remember this is back when there were no cell phones and when an attorney was in court, he probably was MIA all day until he returned back to his office or home unless he had a car or phone or something, but, you know, not many people did. All right, so as you sit there right now, do you recall talking to him, calling him, and getting a hold of him? Yes, yes. And what did you tell him? I told him, and Mr. Levin, Eric's attorney, says, objection. She indicated she had no recollection. It's hearsay also. The court says, objection on the grounds of hearsay is sustained. Ms. Nahara tries again. Did you have a conversation with your husband after you got a hold of him after talking to the defendant, Eric Menendez? Yes, I told him. The court says, okay, you said yes, that's okay. So he cut her off because anything beyond that would be hearsay. So just yes, she spoke with him about the defendant or after talking to the defendant. All right, so Ms. Nahara says, and did you relay some information to your husband at that time? Yes. Now, after you spoke to your husband, where did you go? I was at home at all times. And did you stay at your home? Yes. And on August 21st, 1989, at approximately 3 in the afternoon, did someone come to your home? Yes, Erik and Lyle did. And is this once again the defendants, Erik and Lyle Menendez? Uh-huh. Court asks, is that a yes? The witness says yes. Ms. Nahara continues, after they arrived at your home, did you have a conversation with either or both of them? Yes, three of us sat on the couch for about 20-25 minutes, and I think Lyle made a few phone calls. He wasn't sitting there all the time. I only remember Erik, basically. Lyle was there, but he may have been on the phone. And did you have a conversation with Erik Menendez? Yes. And was the subject of a computer ever brought up? Yes. Who brought up the computer? Erik did. And what did you and the defendant, Erik Menendez, talk about a computer? Sorry, that was a he started and what, and then he changed his question to did you? And the defendant, Eric Menendez, talk about a computer. She says, well, just yeah, he asked me if anybody in the family knew how to work a computer who was really good in working a computer, and I told him that my husband and I are zero at it. And Billy is the only one that. But then I asked him, I think, what kind of computer because Billy has an Apple. And Eric said that it's an IBM. So, stopping right there for a moment, can you tell us who Billy was? Billy is my son. And after you told the defendant, Eric Menendez, that Billy had an Apple, what did he respond, if anything, about the computer? Well, he didn't really thought that Billy could help him. This is just what's on the page I'm reading. He said Billy was probably as good as he is in computers, which is not good enough. By he, are you referring to the defendant, Eric Menendez? Himself, yes. Now, did he tell you anything else about a computer or what he wanted to do with it? Objection leading, overruled. You can answer the question. Oh, as we were talking, he kind of inferred that he was. Ms. Towery now says, objection calls for speculation on the part of the witness. Motion to strike the answer as to. The court says, objection sustained. Answer stricken as non responsive. The witness says, okay. Court says, wait for another question. Don't talk out of turn. So Ms. Nahara says, did he talk to you about why he wanted someone who could do something with the computer or work with the computer? Yes. He wanted to get into the different compartments, files, or I don't know the computer term he used, or the computer because he suspected that maybe there was a will in there. And when you say the computer, was he referring to a particular computer? His IBM. Now, did you say it was his IBM or the family's IBM, or how was that communicated to you? Whose IBM was it? The one in their house. And what did he specifically say about finding a will on the computer? That's not very specific. I'm sure that, this isn't like today where everybody has their own laptop, iPad, iPhone, whatever. This is, one computer per household. Everybody shared it, usually. Back in the 90s, anyways. And what did he specifically say about finding a will in the computer, or what did he tell you? Well, just wanted to make sure that there wasn't one in there. He wanted to make sure that he already checked and he couldn't find nothing. But he's not that great. And with a computer, that maybe if somebody was good at it, they could go to a different compartment to make sure that there's no will in there. And did you have any further discussion about a will in the computer? No, he was just very concerned about having a will in the computer. Now, at some point, did your husband return home? Yes, it was about 25 minutes, 3:30. He arrived through the doors and arrived in and started talking to the boys instantly. And when he came in and started talking to the defendant, did you remain? Yes, I stayed. I stayed in the room. All four of us was in the room. Her grammar is terrible, first of all. But second of all, uh, um, no, I totally lost my train of thought. What was I thinking? Stayed in the room. Oh my gosh, that threw me off because her grammar, she keeps using the wrong, what do you call it? Tense, the wrong verbs, the wrong whatever. I was gonna say I was gonna say, now how is this able to come in? Because they're trying to make it seem like, well, because the boys went to go talk to an attorney, that's like some kind of consciousness of guilt or something, I think is what the state is trying to infer by bringing this in, that this man was an attorney and the brothers have some kind of guilt or something that they knew they did something wrong, so they went immediately to an attorney. when this woman had to be, driving by, and she just happened to be driving by and saw something was going on, so she came there to be nosy. And that's when she was like, "Yeah, come see my husband." Anyways, so she says, "I stayed in the room. All four of us was in the room. Should be were." Drives me crazy. It's one of my pet peeves. Anyways, so what room was this? My den. And did the defendant and your husband have a conversation about a will? Well, first, the will was toward the end of the conversation. First, Randy was asking all kinds of questions about them, about what happened, and they were talking about the homicide basically before the will just came like maybe hour later. So if they are having supposedly private attorney client privilege conversations, why the heck is this woman able to testify to such a thing? You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I guess it's not attorney client privilege. So Mr. Levin objects and says, motion to strike with respect to non-responsive. Ask that the speakers be identified. The court says, all right, the answer was non-responsive. The objection is sustained. The answer stricken. Re-ask the question or ask a different question. Ms. Nahara says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, try to specify who says what. Ms. Nahara says, after your husband returned home, did he and the defendants, Lyle and Menendez, have a long conversation or have a conversation? Yes. About how long was the conversation? It would have to be over an hour, maybe a couple of hours. I'm not sure if it was a couple of hours. So then why did you just say maybe a couple of hours? Okay. And at some point, did you hear a discussion between your husband and the defendants concerning the defendant's father's will? Yes, my husband asked them if they knew of a will. Did the parents leave a will? And did either of or both defendants respond to his question? Yes, they said that. When you say yes, which defendants? Ms. Towery says objection. The witness says, so why did the judge not respond to this objection? But okay. The witness continues, both. I think both defendants said that yes, they were sure that there's a will. And Ms. Nahara says, and did either or both defendants express any concerns about the will? Well, yeah, they asked my husband if Mr. Levin objects and says, with respect to they, Your Honor. The court says, if you can identify who said what. The witness says, I don't remember which one asked, or if they both asked, I don't remember that, but it was asked by one of them that is it legal? Objection, no foundation, overruled. You may answer. And the court says, you can answer. What is it? I forgot now. Concerning what they might have said about a will. Hearsay, objection, hearsay, overruled. Yeah, they asked my husband if is it legal to write a will in a computer. And as I remember, my husband said that he didn't know the answer to that he would check into it. And did they ask or did either or both defendants say anything about a will or about their father's will? Well, yeah, they mentioned that maybe the secretary has the will, or Randy said, well, did your dad have a safe? And so the husband asked, does your dad have a safe? And they said, Erik said yes, the dad had a safe. And Randy said, well, maybe the will is in there. Did either or both defendants ever express a concern that they thought their father might be considering or changing or working on his will? Objection, leading, overruled. That's also kind of a compound question. I can answer? The witness says, and the court says, you can answer the question. The witness says, yeah, yes. There was talk about a possible new will that's in the computer. Ms. Nahara says, and so I understand that there was talk about a new will in that computer? Correct. And that was the computer that you had been talking about with defendant Erik Menendez earlier? Objection, Your Honor. Misstates testimony. She said possibly a will. Sustained. What do you recall? Either or both defendants saying about a new will in a computer? What do you recall either, sorry, there was two questions. What do you recall either or both defendants saying about a new will in a computer? Mr. Levin says objection, leading and suggestive, and misstates the testimony. The court says rephrase the testimony again if, which should be the question, again if you can identify who is talking and who was present. Ms. Nahara says, do you recall which of the defendants, did either or both defendants talk about the possibilities of a changed will in the computer? Well, like I told you, I'm not sure which one at that time was talking, but we were all in the room and we were, they were both talking at different times. And were they both together in that room? Yes. By that I mean, were they in close proximity? Yes, all four of us, my husband. And everybody could hear what everybody else was saying? Yes. Objection calls for speculation. Sustained. Answer is stricken. Now, what do you recall either of the defendants saying about a changed will in the computer? Just that they were concerned that there possibly was one in the computer. I felt like there was a concern about that will, if there is one. Ms. Towery says, motion to strike the latter portion of the answer, beginning with I felt. The court says, the last portion, which gave her interpretation, the witness's interpretation, is stricken as a conclusion of the part of the witness. This is so clunky. And everything that this witness is saying, like, needs to be stricken. So, but you can't strike that from hearing it from the jurors' minds. You can't strike it from their brains. They heard it. So, this is such a, this is not great for the defense. Ms. Abramson is asking now for an admonition. The court says the jury is admonished to disregard that portion of it. Ms. Abramson says, thank you, Your Honor. She wanted to make sure that the jury knew not to consider that. Ms. Nahara says, what do you recall either or both defendants actually saying concerning a will in the computer? Just that they have to locate the wills. There may be two of them. And what do you recall either or both defendants saying about the possibility of their father having changed or was working on a will? Just that possibly he was writing a new will. And do you recall, as you sit there, which of the defendants or both said this? This was both of them talking at different times. You stated that in response to a question your husband asked, one or both of the defendants mentioned that there was a safe. Is that correct? Correct. Do you recall, as you sit there, I don't know why that is like such a reused phrase in law, but I guess it means like as you sit there now in this present moment. But it's kind of annoying that she uses it a lot. Do you recall as you sit there, which or did both mention the safe? So which one or did either one? Did both of them mention the safe? No, I don't recall. And with regards to that, what do you recall was said about the safe or any conversations about a safe? My husband asked them, is it possible that the will would be in a safe? And they said, well, yes, it's possible. And at that time, one of them suggested, I don't remember which one, that they could bring the safe over. Objection, Your Honor, as far as one of them. Doesn't identify if it's the defendant's or her husband. The court says, when you say one of them, the witness says Erik and Lyle. Objection overruled. But you don't know who specifically said it, but okay. Ms. Nahara says, now, after the suggestion was made that they bring the safe over, what was the next thing that was said about this? There wasn't too much said. They kind of said that they can go over right now and bring the safe, and that's what they did. They got up and they left, and they went to get the safe. Now, they said they can go right over and get the safe. As you sit there, do you recall if it was either or both of them who said that? Both. And do you recall what time it was approximately that they said, okay, we can go and get the safe right now? It was late already, must have been around, gee, we were sitting there a long time talking about it, maybe 7, 6, 7. It was getting dark. Maybe it was dark already. This woman doesn't remember a thing. She's all over the place, but she's the witness for the state. Cool. Okay. And this was the day of August 21st, 1989. Is that correct? The day after the homicide. Is that the date? I don't know. Do you recall? So it was the day after the homicide. That would be the 21st. Do you recall that as being, I don't know the date, I mean the day after the homicide? Okay, and by homicide, you're referring to the homicide of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, right? Correct. Now, after both defendants said we can go get it right now, meaning the safe, you said that did they leave? Yes, they left. Did they leave together? Yes. And at some point did they return to your husband? Yes, about 30 minutes after, 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes after. And specifically, did both the defendants return to your house together? Yes. And when they returned, did they bring anything? The safe. And can you describe the safe? The safe was carryable, good sized safe, but the two of them managed to carry it. And after the defendants arrived carrying the safe, what happened to it? It being the safe. My husband informed them that they can't open the safe until their proper relatives came because it's not legal or not whatever. He didn't let them open the safe. I don't even think they could have. I don't think they had a key. Mr. Levin says, objection, motion to strike, Your Honor, calls for speculation. The court says, that portion of the answer, I don't think they could have. That portion is stricken as a conclusion of the part of the witness. The jury is admonished to disregard that. Nahara says, now, after they brought the safe to your home, was it placed anywhere? Yes. Where was that? We asked them, my husband asked them to put it in the bedroom where Erik was going to sleep. So I guess they're staying at this house now? And is there a spare bedroom in your house? Yes. It's an extra bedroom, Billy's old bedroom, and we put it in the middle of the room and covered it with blankets, and the safe was there until it was opened. Why did they cover it with blankets? That's bizarre. Is it not? Like, that's a weird thing to do, but okay. I don't know. That sticks out to me as strange. Like, we put it in the middle of the room and we covered it with blankets. Like, why wouldn't you just set it down somewhere on a desk or a table and leave it for when you're ready? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Middle of the room with blankets. That makes no sense, but cool. And when you say the room where Erik was going to sleep, did you make some arrangements with the defendant, Erik Menendez, about what he'd do that night? We offered for both of them to sleep there. We didn't want them to go back to the house. We offered for them to sleep there if they wanted to. What happened in regards to that offer? Erik accepted it and stayed, and Lyle left. I don't know where he ended up sleeping. And did the defendant, Erik Menendez, spend the night with a safe in that bedroom? Yes. At some point, was the safe opened? A couple of days after, when the relatives, the two, objection not within the personal knowledge of the witness, moved to strike, the court says, objection sustained, the answer is stricken. Why don't you establish a foundation? He's saying that to Ms. Nahara. She continues on. A couple of days later, did some people come to your house? Yes, the two uncles came one from each side of the family, if I remember correctly, one from the mother and one from the father side. The court says, were you there? Yes. Ms. Nahara says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The court says, the question was whether she was there. The witness says, I was there. Ms. Nahara says, when you say the two uncles came, was it your understanding that these were the two uncles of the defendants, Erik and Lyle Menendez? Yes. Was this one uncle, one rel from each side of the family? And when these two men showed up, did they come to your home? Yes, they came to my home. And when they were at your home, were the defendants, Erik and Lyle, there as well? Yes, earlier, Erik went out and they all came together, as I remember. And was the safe still at your home? It was in the same bedroom exactly where we left it, in the middle of the room with blankets covering it. In case you guys forgot. It was just bizarre, but maybe they're like, well, let's just put blankets over it and maybe it's like out of sight, out of mind, and we won't think about it until we can open it. I don't know, but it doesn't make sense why they did what they did to me. So now you said that defendant Erik Menendez stayed the night in the bedroom with the safe. Did he stay more than one night? Yes, I think he stayed 2 or 3 nights. No, 2 or 3. I'm not sure. I think two. Why did they call her? She is so not credible because she's wishy-washy in almost all of her answers. And the 2 nights that he stayed there, did he stay, he being the defendant, Erik Menendez, stay in the bedroom with that safe? Yes. So you're trying to say that he opened it even though it was locked and there was no way, I don't know who knew how to open it or how it was opened. Did they use tools to open it? Very strange that they're just saying, oh, Erik sleeping in the same room, obviously, must have been tampering with it, is what they're trying to insinuate here, I think. So was he still staying there when the 2 men you described, the 2 uncles arrived at your house? He was still staying there, but as I recall, he did leave after the safe opening. He did leave like 6 in the afternoon. Going back to when these individuals arrived, the individuals being the 2 uncles and the 2 defendants. Right. What, if anything, happened with regards to the safe? Okay, they came with a locksmith because there was no key. They brought a locksmith along. If Erik knew the code or whatever, or knew how to get into it, why would they be calling a locksmith? So I guarantee you they're gonna try to insinuate that Erik took out the will or something, like did something because he slept in the same room of a locked safe that he didn't know how to get into. They had to call a locksmith to get into the safe. Okay. And did you? And the locksmith showed up. She just starts talking. And the locksmith showed up, or picked up the safe, and they put it in the garage because my husband did not want to be present, and I certainly didn't want to be present at the opening of the safe. She just said she was there. Was thought We thought that it was a family matter, and they put the safe in the garage and they opened it with closed doors. Just okay, slow down there. When you say they put the safe in the garage, who put the safe in the garage? The locksmith and maybe the boys helped. I don't remember. Now, after the safe was put in your garage, right? Did the defendants and the uncles go anywhere? In the garage. And what happened after everybody, the 2 uncles, the defendants, and the safe were in the garage? What happened then? And the locksmith, you forgot the locksmith. They stayed in there for 15, 20 minutes, and then they came out and they said nothing was in the safe. Now, were you present when the locksmith came and went into the garage? I was present. I was home all day, yes. And do you know for certain who was actually in the garage? The locksmith, the 2 uncles, and the 2 boys. Now, after the safe was opened, what happened? What happened to it then? Well, it was, I guess, kind of left down. There was nothing in the safe. It was all done for nothing. Everybody left. The uncles talked to my brother for a few minutes, not just briefly, and they left. And I think the boys went with them. And did the defendant, Erik Menendez, spend any more nights with you after that? I don't think so. I think that night he left around 6, 7 o'clock. And what happened to the safe? Good question. I guess they took the safe with them. Do you recall, as you sit there, what happened? It's not in my garage. Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, I believe that's it. If I can just have a moment to check one thing. She says, That's it, Your Honor. And the court says cross-examination. And now Ms. Towery, that's hard to say. She's going to be doing the questioning for Lyle Menendez. She says, "Thank you, sir. Cross-examination begins." Good afternoon, Mrs. Wright. Mrs. Wright, how long have you been married to Mr. Wright? I feel like we're in Clue. 29 years. And you said he's an attorney? Yes, he's an attorney. And does he handle probate matters to your knowledge? No, he never has. I'm sure they had some probate matters, but not a probate attorney. And when you say they, to whom are you referring? Your husband or someone else? Well, my husband and some of the attorneys with him. Do you know if your husband has ever handled probate matters in the past? I think together with the other attorneys in his office, yes, they did. Do you know when? No. Ms. Nahara says, "I'm going to object as to irrelevant." The court says, "Overruled, the answer will stand." Ms. Towery says, "Do you know how many probate matters he's handled?" I have no idea. Objection, irrelevant, overruled. Just an FYI, so AI overview of probate is a legal process that involves settling a deceased person's estate. It can include proving a will, paying debts, and distributing assets. So that would be dealing with wills, obviously. So that's why this is relevant, because probate law, having experience in probate litigation, he they went to the right guy. Technically, like, this is if this guy has experience in it, then they had a good resource available to them. All right, so she doesn't know. Objection overruled. Mrs. Towery says, "How long has your husband been an attorney?" Objection, irrelevant, overruled. You can answer the question. Witness says, "How long has my husband has he been an attorney?" 28 years, 26, 27, 28. I don't know, something like that. She's on the stand, guys. And she can't give like a one simple answer. This is in sum how she has been testifying this whole time. 28 years, 26, 27, 28. I don't know, something like that. Most people would be like, "I can't recall." Maybe 27 years, maybe 28. Like, you would go through all of them and be like, "I don't know. I don't this woman is already getting on my nerves, and we're only 45 minutes in. All right. I still have plenty to go." Ms. Towery says, "Do you know whether you understand what I mean when I say probate, don't you?" Yes. Wills and yes. At the time that the Menendez brothers came to your home in 1989, do you know how many probate matters your husband has handled? I have no idea. Objection, irrelevant, overruled. I have no idea. I know he's not a probate lawyer. Ms. Towery says, "You said that you knew Eric Menendez through your son Billy, is that right?" Yes, my son Billy and Eric went to Beverly High School together and both played tennis on the tennis team. And had Eric Menendez ever gone to your house before that day? I don't think so. Was it your understanding that you had met Eric before, though, through tennis, is that right? Yes, yes. And you knew him well enough to say, "Hello, how are you?" Yes, we saw each other at tennis tournaments all the time. And would you say that your son and Eric were friends, Billy and Eric? Billy and Eric? Yes. And you indicated that you also knew Lyle Menendez from sight, but you had never met him. Is that right? Yes, I seen Lyle, but I don't think I was ever introduced to him. I don't recall meeting him before. And you had seen Lyle at tennis tournaments as well, is that correct? I think so. Yeah, I seen him at tennis matches. That's the only place I could have seen him. Had you seen him play tennis, or had anyone? No, no. Had anyone pointed him out to you? There's Lyle Menendez at a tennis tournament? I don't recall. How about Mr. and Mrs. Menendez? Do you know them socially? No. You also knew them casually through encounters at tennis tournaments? Yes. Had you ever done anything socially with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez? No. So the primary connection between your families was your son, Billy, and Eric playing tennis together and being friends? Yes. Now, how did it come about that Eric had tennis rackets that you were going to pick up? We were all at Kalamazoo, Michigan at the boys' national championships and when was this? This was about 3 weeks before this incident happened, and Billy left his tennis rackets at the tournament and he left them with the stranger and forgot to bring them home with him, two of his rackets. So he called Kalamazoo, Michigan, and did you call Kalamazoo, Michigan? My husband. Did you hear him do that? Yes. And got a hold of the Menendezes, either Kitty or the husband. And you heard this conversation as well? Yeah, called from the den. Okay. Was panicked for he was panicked for two rackets. So he asked them to bring the rackets back when they were coming, and they said no problem. Okay, I take it that the Menendezes were still in Kalamazoo. Yes. And you hadn't returned? Or you had returned? Yes, Billy lost early in that tournament and we left. Okay, just so I understand, your husband called either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez in Kalamazoo and asked them to bring the rackets back with them when they returned home from the tournament. Is that right? Yeah, I think first he called the Joyces. There were three families there from Southern California, and the other family was Mike Joyce. And I think he first, if I remember right, calls the Joyces to get a hold of the Menendezes or something like that. But we got a hold of them and asked them to bring them. In any event, he talked to either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez and asked them. It wasn't me. I never called anyone. No, no, your husband. He talked to Mr. Joyce or Mr. Menendez or somebody, but they got the message to bring the rackets home. I'm not sure who talked to who. So at first she testifies that it was Mr. Menendez, and now she's saying it could have been Mr. Joyce. Again, why did they call her? I mean, she has nothing to do with the homicides. She just happens to be a bystander who knows nothing or is wishy-washy in most of her answers. I almost feel like she wanted to be a part of this conversation, perhaps, and maybe even got herself into it. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but it seems like she might have had some role in that potentially. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I kind of get that vibe from reading her testimony. All right. So a minute ago, you said you were present and your husband called Mr. or Mrs. Menendez. Are you unsure of that? Well, he called Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I think first he talked to the Joyces. Now I'm not sure if he asked the Joyces to call the Menendezes or whether they gave the number to him and he called back the Menendezes. I'm not sure. What do you remember from that? I remember maybe the Joyces related the message. So you were present when all this occurred, is that right? Yes, but so you heard your husband? I really wasn't concentrating on this thing. Yes, I was present and I did hear him call Kalamazoo, Michigan. Who he ended up talking to, I don't know, but the rackets came home. All right. Before you came here to testify today, you were interviewed by the prosecution, were you not? Yes. When was the first time that you were interviewed by the prosecution? I'm not good at dates. Actually, my husband was being interviewed by Detective Zoller when I happened to be present. Okay, would that have been in March of 1994? Would have been, yeah. I'm not good at dates. Again, the homicides happened in 1989. So now you're coming at witnesses several years later because you have a retrial and the information that they have is, well, it could have been 26 years, 27, I don't know, 30, I don't know, 14. Could have been anywhere in between those numbers. So that's what you get. And this goes back to my perspective of when a defendant is on trial and the state does not get a conviction the first time around, why are they able to continue to go after them and continue to try to get evidence when this is the evidence you're getting and people, witnesses, all sorts of things are aged and we're at a later date and we can't replicate or investigate the way that we could have the first time around. It irks me that the state can just continually go back at someone and use all their resources and interview new people to say, "Oh yeah, this person happened to say that she was there and she has some kind of percipient, witness testimony, but really she doesn't remember anything. So what good is it?" Sorry, there's a hair flying around. All right, so where were we now? Okay, would have been in March. Would have been, yeah, I'm not good at dates. I don't remember. I don't know yesterday's date. I don't know. Do you know approximately how long ago it was that you were interviewed by the police for the first time? Yeah, that sounds right. March of 1994? Yes. So again, they were not interviewed until years after the crime, like 4.5 years after the crime. Yeah, it was after the first trial ended, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, yes. Way after. And you were again interviewed by the prosecution about a month or so later after that first interview, were you not? Correct, correct. The first time you were interviewed, you indicated that Detective Zoller interviewed your husband. Is that correct? Yes. Didn't really come to interview me because I had nothing to say. And again, why are you on the stand? Because you really don't have any information. And Detective Zoller came to your house on that occasion? Yes, he did. And that's the occasion in March of 1994, correct? Right. And at that time, Detective Zoller talked to you and to your husband at your house together. Is that right? He basically was talking to my husband. I was just happened to be in the den listening. So you were listening to Detective, well, just sitting there and yeah. So she's listening to a detective's interview with her husband. This woman might as well be Gladys Kravitz, right? Wasn't that her name, Gladys? Miss Kravitz from Bewitched, who was the nosiest busybody out there, listening in, watching everybody. Yeah, this woman is Mrs. Kravitz. She knows everything about everything, but she knows nothing about anything. She's been around eavesdropping, but then when she's questioned about it, she's like, well, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was something else. So you were listening to the detective, well, just sitting there, and yeah, you heard Detective Zoller and your husband talking in this interview, is that right? Yes. And you also talked to Detective Zoller at that time? I mean, they should have been separated, number one. That's like number one investigation. You separate the witnesses, you get separate statements, and go from there. But I guess Detective Zoller didn't find that it was necessary for the wife to not be within earshot of this interview, if he knew. And you also talked to Detective Zoller at that time. After you listened, you talked to Detective Zoller as well. Is that correct? Well, I happened to mention about the computer. My question is, did you talk to Detective Zoller at the time? Is that correct? Two of them were talking. I really wasn't in the conversation. So you didn't talk to him at all at that time? No, I just, at one point, when they were talking about some subject, I mentioned the computer. Okay, so you heard your husband and Detective Zoller talking about what your husband knew about this case, and you said, I have something to say. Is that correct? Wow. Well, yeah, I kind of mentioned it, and the detective thought he wanted to hear about it. All right, and again, When your husband was being interviewed, you sat and listened before you talked to Detective Zoller, correct? Correct. And your husband was present when you talked to Detective Zoller, is that right? Yes. So he didn't. Okay. And the next time that you met with the prosecution a month or so later, where did you meet the second time? Was that at your house? No, we went to the Beverly Hills Police Department. And in addition, did you talk to Detective Zoller again the second time? Yes, briefly. Uh-huh. Briefly. Yes. Primarily, did you talk to the two prosecutors sitting here in court? So that would be uh, Ms. Nahara and Mr. Khan, right? Isn't that his name? I forget now because he never speaks. Yes, David Khan. Sorry. So he says yes, he's met with them. She says yes, sorry. Did Detective Zoller leave after a period of time that second time? I don't remember. I can't recall. And was the second interview around May the 4th of 1994? Does that sound right? It sounds right. Uh-huh. In addition to Detective Zoller being there at least part of the time, and the two prosecutors here in court being present, was there anyone else there? No. I'm going to object misstates the testimony, says Ms. Nahara. The court says, objection sustained. The answer is stricken. It assumes facts, not an evidence about was anyone else there. All right, so Ms. Towery says, was Detective Zoller there in the entire time for the entire time that you talked to the two prosecutors who are here? I'm pretty sure he was. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. In addition to Detective Zoller and the two prosecutors who are here in court, was there anyone else present in that interview room? No, nobody. What about your husband? My husband and I. Oh, you forgot to mention that. Oh, okay. Was he present the entire time that you were being interviewed by the prosecutors and Detective Zoller? Yes, I think we were both in there. Wow. And you were both present again the entire time that you were speaking to that they were speaking to either you or your husband? Yes. And both, I mean you or your husband. Right. All right. And when did let me ask one more question. Did you also testified in this case after these interviews, did you not, at a pretrial hearing? Yes. When was that, if you remember? So they had Karen Reed has all these pretrial hearings. We watch them. The attorneys file many motions up until trial. So there must have been something about either, some kind of voir dire or something about this person's testimony that the defense was questioning, and for some reason it was let in, is what I'm assuming may have happened here. So she testified at a pretrial hearing. Yes. When was that, if you remember? It was 2 months ago. I'm not good with dates. A couple of months ago. If I told you it was June 20th, 1995, 95, we're in 95. If I told you it was June 20th, so we're in October, would that refresh your recollection? Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Yeah, time flies. So it wasn't 2 months. I cannot with this woman. Says, that sound right? Yeah, time flies. And after you testified at the pretrial hearing in this case, were you provided by anyone with a copy of the transcript of your testimony at the hearing? Just about a day and a half ago, I asked for it. And who did you ask? I asked my husband to call the office and get me my testimony. I wanted to see my testimony. Who did you ask your husband to call? I guess Detective Zoller. And did you get a copy of your testimony? Yes. And did you read it? Yes. So you have reviewed the testimony that you gave back in June within the last couple of days, is that correct? Right. And what about your husband's testimony? Did you get a copy of, let me back up. Did your husband testify in the same proceeding that you testified in June? Yes, he did. And did you also ask, or did he ask for a copy of his testimony from Detective Zoller, or I don't think so. I was the one, I don't know if he did or not. I was the one who wanted my testimony. So, have you ever reviewed your husband's testimony that he gave at that proceeding in June? No. After you gave your testimony at that hearing, have you and your husband talked about the kind of things that you were asked at the hearing? No, no. Never talked about it once? No. Have you been interviewed by either Detective Zoller or the district attorneys who are present here in court today, or anyone else from either the Beverly Hills Police Department or the district attorney's office since you testified in June? Well, briefly, just today. And by whom? Detective Zoller. So Detective Zoller interviewed her today. You haven't spoken to the prosecutors in court since then? Maybe a couple of questions, couple sentences, maybe, nothing really. With whom? Ms. Nahara? Ms. Nahara. How about telephone conversations? Have you had any phone conversations with any of the prosecutors? No. Have you reviewed any police reports that were prepared after your interviews back in March and May with Detective Zoller and later with the prosecutors present? I don't think so. Have you been provided with copies of any police reports that contained your statements that you gave to Detective Zoller and later to Detective? Yes, before the preliminary hearing. When you say the preliminary hearing, you're referring to the hearing that happened in June. June. That's the last time you saw those police reports? I don't know what happened to them. I don't even have them anymore. That was not an answer to the question that he asked you, which makes me think she has them. She's lying about what happened to them. She knows what happened to them. She may or may not have them, but she definitely knows what happened to them. That was not what she asked. He asked, "That's the last time you saw those police reports?" Her answer, "I don't know what happened to them. I don't even have them anymore." So, yeah. Anyways, question. What I'm trying to find out is when, if you ever reviewed the police reports, and when is the last time you saw them? So you reviewed them for the first time before you testified. Is that right? Uh-huh. And then you haven't seen them since. Is that correct? I don't think so. But she had them at one point because she said, I don't think I even have them anymore. So she had them at one point. So something, I think she was given them at that hearing or before that hearing. All right. But you did review your testimony itself. Is that right? Yes. And that testimony was under oath, wasn't it? Absolutely. And it was here in this courtroom, correct? Yes. Going back to the tennis rackets in Kalamazoo, when did your family return from the Kalamazoo tournament? Ms. Nahara immediately says, objection irrelevant. And the court says overruled because we already talked about that and we covered that in direct examination. So I think, yeah, this is relevant. The witness says a few days before the Menendez family did. Ms. Towery says, when did the Menendez family return home? I don't know the dates. We were there 4 days and left. And Erik was still in the tournament, so they stayed longer. So your family was there for 3 or 4 days and your son was injured and you left? Right. And to your knowledge, well, when did the tournament end? Do you know? The tournament is always a week long. So do you know what week? Is it always in the same week of the year? Yes. What week is that? It had to be in August, sometime in August. Do you know the approximate date that you returned home in August of 1989? No. Do you know how long it was between the time that you returned home and the time that you went to the Menendez house to get the rackets? About 3 weeks. And why did you decide to go get rackets 3 weeks later? Was there any reason that you decided to go over to the Menendez home that particular day to get the rackets? She went that day. So she's waited 3 weeks to get the rackets and she goes the day of the homicides. Or day after, I should say. Just maybe to go poke her nose around Miss Gladys Kravitz. I mean, seriously, they asked her, "Why'd you go there?" And she was like, "Oh, nothing. I just happened to be driving by and I saw the tape." And then she was like, "But I wanted to get the rackets too." So, what was your real reason of going by there? There's two different reasons. My husband kept bugging me every day or every other day, "Go get the rackets, go get the rackets." And I always forgot to get the rackets. It just so happens I picked that morning to go over there. Nice coincidence. It just so happens. So you decided on your own, okay, I better go get those rackets? Yeah, who buys that? I don't. I believe they went there to interject, to be a part of it, to be nosy, to be, a part of the case. She went over there to make herself a part of it, even if it was just to find out what was going on. Now, you can get cable television at your house. Let me ask you this. How far away is your home from the Menendez house? About 5 minutes. You live in Beverly Hills? Yes. And when you say the Menendez house, I'm referring to 722 North Elm Drive. Yes. So do you remember that or do you understand that? Yes, I do. Do you receive cable television at your house? Yes, I do. Objection irrelevant, overruled. The answer will stand. And on your cable, you get Court TV, don't you? Remember, Court TV had streamed the trial, and when it wasn't actually live, they were restreaming. It was everywhere, it was all over the TV, and they made them out to be monsters, the boys, when in reality, the real monsters in this case, if you haven't figured it out by now, are Jose and Kitty. Where Ms. Towery says, and on your cable, you get Court TV, don't you? Court TV, yes, I get it. I get everything. And you watched the Court TV rendition of the trial as it was going on in the in the last trial, is that right? Objection, irrelevant, overruled. It's absolutely relevant if you watched the trial on TV. I thought it was on the main station the last time. No, it wasn't on Court TV. Miss Towery says you watched the trial on TV. Whatever station it was, is that right? Yes. And you watched most of it? I watched a lot of it whenever I can with my errands and my tennis I play and with whatever I did. Whenever I got home and had nothing to do, I always put on the trial. So there you have it. She was always watching it whenever she wasn't playing tennis or running her errands. So every time you had a chance, you watched the trial on television. Is that correct? Correct. You also watched, well, there were a couple of television movies about this case, right? Correct. You watched at least one of them, didn't you? One of them particularly. Do you know if that was the one that was over one night or 2 nights? I think one. I only watched it one night. Okay. So, if it had been one that was on for 2 nights, you only saw the first night or the second night. Yes, I only saw it once. But you did watch the movie. I watched some of it. How much? Maybe an hour, hour and a half of it. I don't remember. Was your husband present when you were there watching it? I'm sure he was. So that's another problem. Did he watch the trial on television with you when he was home? No, he's gone all day, so he only would watch it on the news when he came home. Okay. So he never watched the trial, to your knowledge, on television. Is that correct? Only if he got home early enough to put it on. He's gone all day. So he would have put it on. So he was as interested, just as much in soaking up all the media sensation about it, too. If he got home early enough, would he put the trial on television? I guess he would. Maybe he wouldn't. It depends what he was doing. He wasn't addicted to watching the trial, if that's what you mean. He didn't rush home and put on the TV. But that's what you just made it seem like. What about if you were watching it, would you watch it? Would he watch it with you? Sorry, reading's hard, guys. What about if you were watching it, would he watch it with you? We always watch what he wants to watch. Always? If you testified at the hearing that last summer that you did see one of the movies, would that be mistaken? Last summer you really only saw part of one of the movies. No, I did say I didn't think it was any good. I don't remember what I said. You don't remember if you saw the whole thing. No, I obviously was in and out of the room because it didn't catch my attention because I already know the story. It wasn't captivating. Baloney. So you already knew the story from court television? Yeah, and it wasn't very good. I don't know. I wasn't glued to it. I don't remember. Did you read any articles about the case? No. Not in the newspaper or magazines, anything like that? No, I watch the news. I usually don't read the paper that much. I watch the news every afternoon, 6, 7 o'clock. That's how I get my news. Okay. And what about any books? You didn't read any books, I take it, about the case? No. Now, the first time that you mentioned to anyone the conversation that you say you had with Erik about the computer was when Detective Zoller came to your house. Isn't that right? Correct. And that was again in March of 1994. Is that right? Yes. And between August 21st or whatever the date was that you had this conversation with Erik Menendez and the time that you revealed it to Detective Zoller and your husband, did you write it down or make any notes to remind yourself as to what you had heard? No. Do you know whether your husband had talked to Detective Zoller before that day that the Detective Zoller came to your house and spoke with you in March of 1994? I don't know. I'm not sure. He must have because he set up the appointment with Detective Zoller. Okay. You're talking about someone or somehow an appointment got made that Detective Zoller would come to your house. Is that right? Randy obviously must have talked to him. Other than that, other than your assumption that had happened, do you know if your husband talked to Detective Zoller about the case at any other time prior to that meeting at your house where the three of you were present? I don't know about that. Now, when you went over to the Menendez house at about 11 to pick up the rackets, you said that you saw the yellow police tape wrapped around the tree. Is that correct? Good. I'm glad they're bringing this back up. Yes. And you also saw black and white police cars outside, didn't you? Yes. And you also saw police officers milling around the house, didn't you? Yes. And more than one police officer, isn't that right? I was kind of concerned with the whole scene. I really didn't look at how many policemen. More than one were walking around. You just don't know how many. I'm sure there was. And the car that you say that Erik and perhaps Lyle were sitting in, what kind of car was that? Do you remember? It was a small car. Can you describe it? I don't really remember that carefully. I know Erik had a little reddish looking car. I don't know if he was in the. Did he have like a Honda or something before he got his Jeep? I can't remember what he had. I don't know if he was in the car at the time, but it was a car that he was sitting in, a real small car, but whether it was Eric's car, I'm not sure. So your only recollection is that it was some kind of a small car, and he jumped out of it right away. And you think you saw Lyle sitting in the car as well. I thought Lyle was around there, whether he was sitting in the car or just around. I thought Lyle was there. I don't know what makes me think that, but that's how I remember. So she's just making these gigantic leaps of trying to fill in gaps of her memory now that we're actually questioning her on it. Oh, this woman. Okay. So he could. I never talked to Lyle. She just like interrupts. She just keeps going on, and it's kind of helping the defense. So they're kind of not bothered by it, I think. All right. So witness says, yeah, I never talked to Lyle, but I think there were two people in the car. I'm pretty sure. Still in the car after Erik got out? Yeah, I don't think Lyle ever got out. I think he was in the car. Okay, are you positive about that? No. And you said a minute ago you thought maybe he was just around there. Do you think maybe he was walking around? Is that what you meant? No, I think he was in the car. I remember vaguely seeing him. Do you know what he was doing? They were doing nothing. Now, when Erik came up to you, what was his demeanor like? He was excited. Excited? Excited. Was he upset? Yes, he was upset. Did he sound like he needed help? Yes, very much so. Would you say that he was frantic? A little bit frantic, yes. Would you say that he was beyond himself? Ms. Nahara says, I'm going to object as to vague, sustained. Can I ask the court to refer to the prior testimony of the witness? The court says it still is vague what that means. I think perhaps you ought to ask it some other way. Ms. Towery says, do you know what the term beyond himself means? Well, he was excited. He couldn't speak fast enough to get the words out of his mouth. So he was excited. He was overcome. Overcome? He was concerned about talking to my husband. Okay. He's overcome. When you testified this summer, you said that he was very upset and sounded like he needed help. Is that still your testimony today? Yes, absolutely. Ms. Nahara says, I would ask for the page and to cite to this. The court says she already said that here in her testimony just now as well. Objection overruled. Ms. Towery continues. And your response was to feel concern, is that right? Very much so. Now, later, when Erik and Lyle Menendez came to your house, at what time was that approximately? They came there about 2:33, between 2:33. Was that at the time that you had told them to come over? Yes. And how long was it that you talked to them before your husband came back, Erik and Lyle? Only about 25 minutes. And that's when this conversation that you've told us about occurred between you and Erik while Lyle was talking on the phone. In and out of the room. Uh-huh. Now, during that conversation, were you mostly talking about this computer that you testified to? No, I was mostly rattling off how awful I felt and how something like this could happen. I was doing most of the talking, as I remember, and I'm not a big talker, so. Well, there's another lie because I can just tell by her answers that she is a big talker. Ay, 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 ay. But I think it was me talking. And mostly, Erik wasn't talking to you. You were talking to him about how bad that you felt. Is that right? That's all I recall. And you were asking him questions about what happened? There was nothing else important. I can't remember anything else that we talked about, just obviously that subject that was on our mind. Okay, and when you testified last summer, did you tell us your recollection of what that conversation was as it related to the computer subject? I don't understand the question. When you testified last summer, were you asked about the conversation that you had with Erik in the 20 minutes or so before your husband came home? Yes. And did you tell us at that time everything that you could remember when you were having that hearing last summer? Yeah, just like I am now. I try to answer the best I can. So did you also say at the hearing last summer that you don't particularly remember anything that was said in that conversation? Outside of what? Outside the computer? I don't remember what was said. So more lie. This cross-examination is pretty darn good because we're catching her in a lot of misstatements or, lies. So outside of what? Outside the computer? I don't remember what was said. So you don't remember the computer part? Yes. That stuck out. You only remember the computer part? Yes. That stuck out in your mind over all these years? Well, no. We talked about it. First, we talked about the parents, how bad I felt, this and that, and then As we were sitting on the couch, Erik asked me if there was anybody that was good in computers. I remember that clearly. So you remember that Erik asked you if anyone was good in computers, anybody in the world, anybody in my house or friends. And again, when you testified last summer, when asked, do you remember anything? This was page 29300, lines 13 through 17. Ms. Nahara says lines what? 13 through 17. When I asked you last summer whether you remember anything that was said before your husband got home, didn't you say, quote, well, I don't really know that, how that, no, I don't particularly remember anything. Didn't you say that in June when you testified in this court? I probably did, but the reason I'm here is because I do know something, so I obviously came here for a reason. Okay. Mr. Levin says, objection, Your Honor. Motion to strike, non-responsive. Objection, sustained. The latter part of the answer is stricken as non-responsive. The jury is admonished to disregard it. So don't think about the fact that she's here for a reason, guys. She obviously knows something. Ms. Towery continues, now, when asked specifically about the computer last summer, didn't you say, well, the only thing I can remember is that Erik asked me if anybody in the family knew how to work a computer? Ms. Nahara says, may I ask for the site? Ms. Towery says, I'm sorry, 29302, line 4 through 7 through 6. Ms. Nahara says, 4 through 7 or 4 through 9. Ms. Towery says, okay, whatever. Ms. Towery again, when asked at the hearing last summer, didn't you say, quote, well, the only thing I can remember is that Erik asked me if anybody in the family knew how to work a computer. Question. Now, now that happened before Mr. Wright got home, didn't it? Answer, I think so, yes. Wasn't that your testimony this summer? Yes. Then you went on to respond to another question. This is the same page, lines 15 through 19. She read her testimony and she still is committing perjury. It is what it is, guys. All right. And what does she have to gain from this? Like, what is she doing this for besides notoriety, attention, trying to be a part of the story? All right, Ms. Towery says, I'll read the question as well. Question. Okay. What I'm talking about is during this hour and a half conversation, were any questions or discussions directed towards you, or was it mainly a dialogue between Mr. Wright and Lyle and Erik? Answer. Well, that question was to me what was, if anybody knew, it had to be before Randy got home. Because, no, it had to be before Randy got home that he asked me, and I said, well, only my son does. Was that your testimony at the hearing in June of this year? That I only remember talking to Erik about the computer with my husband. I don't remember being there, and he wasn't there. He wasn't home. So none of the stuff that she just said on direct is even true. She's been caught. Lies, lies, lies. Now, did you also say, and this is 29302, line 28, question, and did he say why he was asking? Answer, no, he didn't tell that. No, he didn't say nothing. Was that your testimony in June at the hearing in the court regarding your conversation with Erik Menendez before your husband got home? Let's read that again. Question, and did he say why he was asking about the computer, about anybody knowing the computer? Answer, no, he didn't tell that. No, he didn't say nothing. So he didn't mention the fact that it was for looking at the will, looking to see if there was a will. Where did that all come from then? She testified in June, no will, nothing, no conversation about the will, no recollection of anything. She meets with the prosecutor's office and Detective Zoller, and all of a sudden she has these memories that she didn't have before. Interesting. Anyways, so was that your testimony in June at the hearing regarding your conversation with Erik Menendez before your husband got home. She says, yeah, I probably said that. And was it true in June? As I recall, that he asked me before Randy got home about the computer because Randy was not there. The exact details, it was only Erik and me talked. So the exact detail, I'm not sure about. Mr. Levin objects, says it's non-responsive, motion to strike, objection sustained, the answer is stricken. Jury is admonished to disregard it. Ms. Towery says, my question was that true when you gave that testimony in June? I said that, yes. That's not what she's asking. If you said that it was true, is that your answer? That I don't understand the question. If what? My question is, if you gave that testimony in June, right? Was it true? Of course. Why was that so hard? So Erik Menendez didn't say why he wanted to know if someone knew how to work a computer. Is that right? Yes, he did. Well, first he didn't. First he said, just, we talked about the computer, and then later. I'm asking you right now. Yeah, this testimony is giving me a headache. Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, if this witness can finish the answer, the court says, had you finished your answer? The witness says no. The court says, do you remember what you were going to say? Ms. Towery says, you want me to ask a new question? The court says, if you don't remember what you were going to say, you finished your answer. Go ahead. So frustrating, this lady. Ms. Towery says, what I'm trying to focus you on right now, Mrs. Wright, is the conversation that you had with Erik before your husband came home, not what you think your husband was talking about. With only just that 20 minutes, forget about anything that might have happened later. Right, if you can. If you can separate it. Do you think you can do that? It's pretty hard to separate it because I was present at both times, so I was in the room both times. But Erik asked me, oh my goodness, this woman is really stupid. I'm sorry to say, but she's not very bright or she's being deceptive on purpose. Maybe both. But Erik asked me about the computer and, if anybody knew how to work it, and he told me he had to get into it all different compartments. It was very important. You've never said that before at any time, have you? That's all I've been saying. You just said that he told you he had to get into different compartments. Right. Did you say that to Detective Zoller in March of 1994? Yes, I think I used the stupid term tooth and nails. I think he wanted to go through the computer tooth and nails. And those are my words. So you said that to Detective Zoller in March of 1994. At that time, Detective Zoller came to your house? Either that time or when I met with him in the DA's office. I'm not sure which time I said that. So what does tooth and nails mean? Completely. It's a Hungarian term. What does it mean? It means completely. He wanted to get into the computer in all the different compartments. He didn't want to misread anything, any of the files. And you told Detective Zoller that's what Erik said to you? Yes. But that's not what Erik said to you. Yes. Erik said to you that he wanted tooth and nail. No, those are my words, my interpretation of the fact that he wanted to check the computer thoroughly out. She doesn't know grammar. So you told Detective Zoller that's what Erik told you, is that right? The court says maybe you can clarify what you mean by that. I'm referring to the phrase tooth and nails. I told that to Detective Zoller. So you told Detective Zoller, Erik mentioned the phrase to me, tooth and nails? Right. But those are my words? And she says, right, but those are my words. And I'm sorry, you said that's a Hungarian term? Well, kind of interpreted Hungarian term. An interpreted Hungarian term, and that's the term that you used, correct? That means completely, thoroughly. And when you say that Erik Menendez wanted to get into all the compartments of this computer, is that your interpretation as well, or is that the words he used? No, that's the words he used. So those are the exact words he used. Uh huh. So when you told Detective Zoller tooth and nail, that was an interpretation, correct? Right. But now you remember that was describing that what Erik told me, and now you remember the exact words that he used? Well, when you asked me what tooth and nail me is, I'm interpreting that to say that it means completely, and that he was trying to make sure that he didn't miss anything in the computer. Okay, I'm asking you if going through, I believe you said compartments, I don't know the computer terms. I'm asking you what he used. I would have to make it up to you. I don't know. So she doesn't know the computer term. Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, can we go to a sidebar for a moment? Or the court says, not at this time. At the break, Ms. Nahara says. Ms. Towery says, Now, after you testified at the hearing this summer about the conversation with Erik Menendez about the computer, and again, I'd like to read the witness testimony so that I can ask the follow-up question, Your Honor. The court says, Well, first, give the citation to counsel. I've read most of it. Ms. Nahara says, I'd object to it being read. It's already been gone through and it would be cumulative. The court says, What was your purpose? Ms. Towery says, I'd like to ask a follow up question, and that would be it would relate to lines 29330 or page 29330, lines 18 through 26. Ms. Nahara says she can ask the question, Your Honor. The court says, all right, why don't you try it that way? And then if there's confusion or needs a follow up, go back to clarify. You can do that. Ms. Towery says, Mrs. Wright, I've read to you your testimony from last summer about the conversation about the computer. Is that right? Yes. And didn't you also testify that the conversation about there being a will on a computer did not happen when you were talking to Erik Menendez, but only came up after your husband came home? Isn't that right? Well, I'm confused about, I remember what was said. I remember what I told you, but exactly all I know is it was said because Erik and I, my husband, was not present or was not in the conversation. Okay. It was just between Erik and I on the couch, and I makes me believe that it had to be before Randy came home. They misspelled Randy there. All right. So did Erik Menendez tell you that he thought maybe there was a will on the computer before your husband came home? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was. Well, you said that you talked to him about a will being on the computer before your husband came home in your direct testimony today. It has to be before he came home. Is that it has to be because you said so? No, because I heard it. Okay. My question to you is, did Erik Menendez talk to you and tell you he thought maybe Will was on the computer before your husband came home? I'm pretty sure it was before my husband came home. I'm reading from the transcript, page 29303. Again, actually, all right. Ms. Nahara objects. Ms. Towery says 25. I'm impeaching the witness, or not impeaching the witness. The court says overruled. You can ask the question. Ms. Towery continues. Question. And did he say why he was asking you? Answer. No, he didn't tell that. No, he didn't say nothing. So that was in regards to why he wanted to know who, if anybody, if she knew anybody who was good at computers. Question. Did you say anything? You said something about your son? Answer. Yeah, I said that Billy knows how to work them. But I said, he's got an Apple computer. What kind of computer? I think he said an IBM, but I'm not sure. I think he said IBM, and I said I'd have to ask Billy. Billy wasn't home. He says, well, Billy's maybe probably not good enough because he knows how to work a computer himself, but he needed somebody who is better on a computer than Billy or him. Question. Did he say when or did he say why? Answer, no, no, not at that time. Question, did he say where this computer was or why he was concerned about it? Answer, later on that evening a conversation came up that he thought maybe a will was on the computer. Question. Was that discussion about a will before or after your husband came home? Answer. After. Well, my testimony is that. Ms. Abramson says, objection, no question pending. Ms. Towery says, objection, no question pending. The court says, all right, let her ask a question. Ms. Towery says, now, when you testified in June in this court, did you tell us everything that you could remember that occurred in your conversation with Erik Menendez? To the best of my recollection, yes. Okay, so when you testified in June, that everything that you recall in June of this year, is that right? Well, I don't know that he said that. He suspected a new will in the computer. Objection, non-responsive. The court says, whose witness will this be? Mr. Levin says, I'll handle it. The court says, okay, then your voice is changing, Mr. Levin, because Ms. Abramson is doing doing the objections, and that's not how it's supposed to be. The person who does the questions is supposed to object. I don't know why. That's just typically court procedural etiquette. I don't know. All right, so Mr. Levin says, sometimes it's a little higher, but I'll adapt it. Court says, see if you can modulate your voice. Mr. Levin says, thank you. So, little joke, haha. Ms. Towery says, now, I forgot my question. The court says, that's the best type of question. Why is he in such a weird, like, jokey mood? Ms. Towery says, non-responsive, motion to strike. When you testified in June of this year in this court, did you testify to everything that you could recall regarding the conversation with Erik Menendez about the computer? If I was asked, I answered questions, so I don't, whatever you asked me, I answered. Reading from lines 29330, excuse me, page 29330, lines 15 through 26, Ms. Nahira says, I've read it, go ahead. Question. Yesterday, when you told us the substance of the conversation that you had with Lyle and Erik before Mr. Wright came home, have you told us everything that you remember that occurred during that conversation? Answer, uh-huh. Question, is that yes? Answer, yes. I was talking most of the time in that conversation saying how bad I felt and what a tragedy and so forth, and it was really nothing in the conversation outside of that I would stay in my mind. Again, these are her words that I'm reading on the paper. They might not make sense, but they're her words. All right, so was that your testimony in June? That's what I said. Now, when your husband came home, he talked to Erik and Lyle and not you, isn't that right? Yes. You didn't participate in the conversation any further, is that correct? Correct. And you said that that he talked to them for an hour or maybe 2 hours? Yeah, could have been. You don't really know? No. And were you there during the entire time that your husband talked to Erik and Lyle? As I remember, yes, I went in and out of the kitchen a few times, which is connected to the den, so I can still hear a conversation. Now, is your husband who told Lyle and Erik to get the safe? It was your time. Let me restart that question. Now, it was your husband who told Lyle and Erik to get the safe, wasn't it? Ms. Nahara says, objection. Ms. states the testimony. The witness says, I don't. The court says, it's cross-examination. It's a proper question. Your answer. The witness says, I'm not sure if it was the boys suggesting it or Randy. I don't recall. So now she's changing her answer on that again. Ms. Towery says, was the conversation between your husband and the boys primarily him asking them questions and them answering? Ms. Nahara says, I'm going to object to the term the boys. Ms. Towery says, I'm sorry. The court says, rephrase. And she says it's argumentative. Ms. Towery says, was the discussion between your husband and Erik and Lyle Menendez primarily him asking the questions and them answering the questions? Back in both ways, they were asking him and he was asking them. Now, the conversation at some point turned to a conversation about a will, didn't it? Yes. And your husband thought that he was going to be the probate attorney for the estate at that time, didn't he? Objection calls for speculation. The witness says, no, no. Objection sustained. The answer is stricken. Why? She knows the answer. Anyways, so Ms. Towery says, did your husband indicate at any time during the conversation that he expected to be retained as the probate attorney for the Menendez estate? No, the boys asked. Ms. Nahara says, I'd object at this point as non-responsive. The court says, objection sustained to anything further after the answer no. The rest of the answer is stricken. God, she's a pain in the butt, this lady. Did the Menendez brothers, or either of them, say anything to indicate to you that your husband would be retained, or anything to indicate to you in your presence that your husband would be retained as a probate attorney for the estate? They asked him if he did probate work, and Randy said he does some. So, how come she said no when she was first asked if he ever did probate, and she said no? But here she says she knows that he does some, and the brothers had actually asked Randy in her presence. More lies and things that are being misrepresented. And then I think they went outside to meet over this. When they came back, they said that maybe they want him to handle it, the probate. And that was after your husband had talked to them for quite a while about what had happened. Isn't that correct? Yes. When he came home, they didn't start talking about absolutely not probate or wills or anything like that. Absolutely not. They talked about what had happened, the crime, over the evening, and he gave them some advice, correct? Well, not, I don't know if he gave them advice that they should know where they were and they should have their alibi ready because they're going to be questioned. So he told them that they should have their alibi ready. Is that what you said? Well, where they were that evening of the homicides. Randy was instantly said that they're going to question you guys where you were in the evening of the homicide. I guess that's called alibi, no? For someone who watches court TV all day, she should know that. She's really having some trouble here. Did he use that term, or is that another term that you're. No, I'm using that term. Do you feel that your husband could be helpful to the Menendez brothers because he's would be able to give them advice, not just as a lawyer, but as a person? Absolutely. And you felt that he was going or doing that in this conversation with the Menendez brothers when they came to your house. Is that right? Absolutely. Ms. Nahara says objection, irrelevant, overruled. The answer will stand. Ms. Towery continues. And your husband was concerned about their welfare as well as you, isn't that right? Objection calls for speculation. Ms. Towery says you were concerned about their welfare during this meeting, weren't you? Absolutely. And that was your primary concern, wasn't it? Yes. So your husband didn't bring up the subject or start the discussion, did not turn to a discussion about a will until a period of time had passed and he had talked to the Menendez brothers about other things. Isn't that right? That's how I recollect it. And it's hard to remember things as you sit here today, 6 years later, isn't it? Well, it's when you break it down, it's hard to remember, but I remember the story clearly as a whole. Okay, when you testified in June, you were asked about certain phrases that were used in the police report. Do you remember that? No. Do you remember the attorneys asking you about the phrase tooth and nail, for example? Yes, I think you guys did. Yes. And what about the term that you used, legal stuff? Those are all my words. Those are all your words. All my words. And when you were asked whether you said those things to Detective Zoller, whether you had said those things to him earlier, right? When you were questioned about the police report, didn't you say that if those words were in the police report, you must have said them? That's what I said. And do you still feel like that? If words are written in a police report, you must have said them? Well, no, but I mean, I know I said that. Those are my words, and nobody who would use tooth and nail except me. Can't deny that one. When you were asked, did you tell the DA that, and this is in document whatever 29319 lines 11 through 18. Ms. Nahara says that's fine. And Ms. Towery says, actually, strike that. Just a couple more questions, I think, Mrs. Wright. Do you know whether Eric Menendez had dinner at your house that night or not? I don't recall. He might have, and he might not have. Do you recall us eating at all? I Oh wait, sorry. I don't recall us eating at all. I don't recall. Do you know whether you cooked that night? I'm not sure. Do you know whether Lyle Menendez had dinner at your house that night? I'm not sure. I don't remember anybody eating. So, if the March 1994 police report says that Lyle and Eric ate dinner at your house, you didn't tell Detective Zoller that, is that right? I probably did. I assumed that. Well, that we all ate together. I still think to this date we must have ate. I just can't recall what we ate. I don't remember cooking. I don't remember anything about the night except the story. Terry says, okay, thank you very much. Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Let me check. The court says, sure. Nothing further. The court says, okay, Mr. Levin, how long do you think you'll be? Mr. Levin says 15 minutes, Your Honor. The court says, okay, let's take our recess here then, and we'll resume in 20 minutes. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions. We'll resume at 20 minutes too. The court is back. We're still in session. The district attorney asked to approach the sidebar. Ms. Nahara says, yes, Your Honor, when Mrs. Wright made the comment, so this is oral arguments outside the presence of the jury, just to remind you, juries exited the courtroom and the following proceedings were held. Mrs. Wright made the comment in response to a question by Mrs. Towery that I'd have to make it up. Ms. Abramson made an audible response to that. And the court said that when this happened and an inappropriate and unprofessional remarks were made or sounds were made, that this, whoa, sorry. I'm not in my normal spot and I bumped my thing. And yeah, as you can see, I'm not in my normal spot. The dog, my dog still hasn't gone up the stairs since her fall. She had a bad fall and her hips are just really bad. So I'm staying on the main level when my boyfriend's not home, working from home. I'm staying on the main level to record, so I'm going to be down here for a while, I guess. All right, anyways, so the court said that when this happened in an inappropriate and unprofessional remarks were made or sounds were made, that this should be brought to the court's attention. This was not the usual talking among lawyers. This was a response to the comment, I'd have to make it up. I'd have to make it up. The comment, I'd have to make it up. I don't recall this. Anyways, all right. So the court says, all right, Ms. Nahara says, and it was inappropriate, and we'd ask that she be requested not to do that. The court says, Ms. Abramson, did you say or do something? Ms. Abramson says, yes. The court says, what did you say or do? She says, I didn't do anything. I said something to Mr. Levine, but it was too loud, and I do agree, and I shouldn't have done that. The court says, okay, you're saying that that was a communication between you and Mr. Levin? Ms. Amerson says, it was an attempted communication between me and Mr. Levin, but it came out too loud, and I think other people heard it. The court says, okay, in the future, please refrain from doing that. Otherwise, it will be taken as trying to communicate with the jury, and the court would regard that as misconduct. Ms. Leslie Abramson says, I agree, Your Honor. The court says, okay, we'll be in recess until 22. Recess was taken. Court says everyone is present. Okay, as soon as we have the bailiff here, we need the jury. The jury enters the courtroom and the following proceedings take place. The court says, okay, everybody is present. The jury is in court. Now we have cross-examination by Eric's team. Mr. Lemon will be doing the questioning. All right, Mr. Lemon is getting ready to question. He says, Mrs. Wright, when you went by the Menendez home at about 11, did you see or notice whether or not the media was present? No, I didn't notice. You didn't see anyone with cameras filming? I really was not looking that much in detail. I was mainly just saw the yellow ribbon and police, and I didn't. There could have been. I wouldn't remember. I wouldn't know. Now, had you ever been to the Menendez home before? No. Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. I have a photograph ID'd like you. I'd like you to. Oh, I have a photograph I'd like you to look at. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 2. Could you take a look at that photograph? Okay, this is the house. When you say this is the house, Miss Abramson says it can't be 2. The court says Exhibit 2 is a diagram, so perhaps oh, I'm sorry, it's Exhibit 3. When you say that's the house, is that the Menendez home, 722 Elm Street? It looks like it. Does that look like the front? Yes. When you approach the Menendez home, you approach the front, correct? Yes. Where did you see the yellow tape strewn? Around the front of the house. When you say around the front, could you perhaps indicate to me on that photograph where? I wouldn't remember because on the fence or on a tree, I wouldn't remember that. Okay, but it was in the front. Was it inside the gate or all around the house or on the outside? She would like shut up and let the questions be answered, but she just interrupts everyone. She's not a big talker though, guys. She's not a big talker. Was it in the gated area or outside? It was very visible, so I would think it was outside. And you saw police officers there? Yes, I saw officer or police cars, yeah. Now, when you returned, did you go directly back to your house? Yes. And you live in Beverly Hills? Yes. How long did it take you to get home? 5, 6 minutes. When you got home, did you immediately call your husband? Absolutely. And did you recall getting through to him right away? No, I don't recall getting through to him. I don't think he was in the office. What time do you believe it was when Erik and Lyle Menendez got to your house? 3-ish. Why can you be sure of that time, or how is it that you know or that you can determine that time? I told them to come at that time. Pardon? I told them to come around 3:30. Actually, she said 2:30 and now 3:30. Like she keeps changing it between 2:30, 3:30 and 3. Did you check your watch? I think they came a little early. I think they came a little earlier than I asked them. When they came, of course, your husband wasn't home? Correct. So you allowed them into your house, correct? Correct. And you seated them in your living room? Den. In the den. And you expected that your husband would be home shortly? Yes. You had this conversation with both Lyle and Erik Menendez as you testified here on direct and cross examination? What do you mean? So you testified that Lyle and Erik and yourself had a conversation. I never talked to Lyle. I never had a conversation with Lyle. Was Lyle seated on the couch? Part of the time he was there, part of the time he was making phone calls. So when you say he was making phone calls, I don't recall talking to Lyle. So you don't recall talking to Lyle Menendez at all? Right. And when you say he was making phone calls from your home telephone? Yes. And do you know to whom he was calling? No. Did he have a handheld phone? I don't remember. Did he ask your permission to use the phone? Yes. And you said it was okay? Mm-hmm. Was the phone in another room? I have phones all over the house, so I don't know which one he used. About what time was it that your husband came home? About a half hour after they arrived. When your husband, Randy Wright, came home, Did you talk to him about the conversation that you had with Erik before Randy Wright came and sat down? Randy came to the front door and rushed in like a hurricane and sat down. Instantly, started talking to the kids. So he rushed in like a hurricane, according to Klara, his wife. And I take it you felt that the information that you had had from the conversation with Erik Menendez was somewhat important. No, I didn't think it was important at the time or at all. So you didn't think it had anything to do with anything. No. How about when you learned that Erik Menendez had been arrested in March of 1990? You heard about that, did you not? Yes. And didn't call the police at that time, March of 1990, and tell them about the conversation you had had with Erik Menendez? No. Why not? Okay. And you didn't tell them about the safe coming over to your house. I never talked to the police till recently. And there you have it. But you did not call the police after Erik Menendez got arrested to tell them that Erik Menendez slept at your house, that you had this conversation with him, that the safe was over at your house, that the people had come over, the conversation that you recall. You didn't call the police and tell them that? Well, I think my husband did. I'm asking if you did. No, not me. Not me, Miss Gladys Kravitz. That's her name, right? I gotta look this up because it's gonna bother me. And then if I'm saying the wrong name, you guys are all screaming at me. So let me double check. Ooh, sorry, seeing a possible trade offer for my Chicago Bulls. Hold on one second. So on the screen, I pulled up Mrs. Kravitz. It is Gladys Kravitz. I was correct from the TV show Bewitched. This is like an old show if you're a youngin'. This was even before my time, this show, but they always replayed it, and I would come home from school and watch it when I was young. And Ms. Kravitz was the neighbor who she was always a busybody looking into Samantha across the street, who was a witch and performing all these like magical things and all these shenanigans that were happening. And she was always telling her husband Abner, like, "Oh, Abner, and he never believed anything that she was saying. But she was always such a busybody. And this lady reminds me of Gladys Kravitz. And that's all I'm picturing as we're reading. So enjoy that. If I hope that made you laugh. All right. So continuing on. Did your husband tell you not to call the police? She says no. Now, you were aware that there was a trail in this case, or sorry, you were aware that there was a trial in this case before, correct? Yes. And you were not called as a witness to testify in that trial, were you? No. And you were aware that there was an issue about a computer, is that correct? I didn't watch the case totally. I never knew that a computer came up in the trial. Oh, really? Because you testified that you were watching it every second that you could when you weren't out playing tennis and running errands. So that doesn't sound like that's taking up a whole lot of time either. So you could be home and watching the trial on court TV. And they replayed stuff all the time on the media from the trial. When court wasn't in session, they were replaying stuff constantly. So I find it hard to believe that that never came up in all the times that she watched the trial. Did you read articles about the case? No. Did you know that there was a trial? Oh, yes. I watched in the afternoons when I got home. I usually opened it up. I guess I didn't catch the part about a computer. And you watched the news about this trial. Whenever it's on, I watched it. You were interested in this case because it had something to do, it was close to home. By the way, did you go to the funeral? No, they never let us know when the funeral was. So you didn't go. I wanted to go, but the kids didn't call. All right. So you did follow or you did have an interest in this case during the first trial? For sure. Now, do you call the police then at the time of the first trial? And did you tell the police what you knew, what you heard, what you saw at the time? Objection, compound. The witness says no. Overruled, the answer will stand. So is that no to all of it? Um, but right, I mean, you're sitting there at home watching this trial, and aren't you thinking like, oh, well, I had these conversations with them about this will. Maybe I should tell the law enforcement. Maybe I could help in some way, or I guess not. I don't know. Mr. Levin says, now, you knew that there were two mistrials in this case, correct? Two meaning both juries had not were not able to come to a verdict, so there were mistrials. For if you don't know or didn't stream it in trial one, they had two separate juries for the defendants. So there were times where they would send out, they called them like the blue jury and the gold jury or something like that. I can't remember. And that's what they would do is like send one out and then send another one in. Um, or whatever, they would like switch up because sometimes they would only have testimony for one brother. It was very odd and weird and a strange way to do it, but that's how they did it. Um, so that's what they mean by there were two mistrials in this case, correct? There was only the one trial, but two mistrials called. And her answer is no verdict. The jury's in the prior, but I thought it was one. No, there were two juries and they couldn't agree on a verdict, correct? Yes. And you knew, so that was what that was about. So you knew about that as well, correct? Yes. And did you at that time call the police and tell them what you knew about this case? Me personally, no. All right. So now you knew that your husband wanted to probate the Menendez will, isn't that correct? Objection calls for speculation. The witness answers, not really. She doesn't even wait for the court. She's just like, not really. And the court says sustained. Objection sustained. The answers stricken. Mr. Levin continues. Didn't your husband, at some point in time, very shortly after August the 21st, express some disappointment in the fact that he wasn't going to probate the will and say to you, see, I told you so? Oh, so are they mad that they didn't hire him to be the probate attorney? Is that a possibility that, Erik and Lyle dangled that carrot for some, they were talking to their family hadn't been in town yet. So they were talking to some of the first adults that probably were helping them. And this guy was like, "Yeah, I'll probate your will and all that and we'll work that out. And no worries. You'll be okay." And so they're like, "Oh, okay, that sounds great." But then the family comes in and they probably hire their own or have their own probate attorney. I think someone in the family is an attorney. I don't know what they do, but there's, I mean, the family comes in and takes over and probably hired a different probate attorney, and then maybe that made the Wrights a little upset and maybe they have a little bit of a grudge. I don't know. I'm just saying, but it could explain why this woman's testimony is so odd and full of holes. Just saying. All right. So, um, Ms. Nahira objected to the question about him not expressing some disappointment about not being able to probate the will. Ms. Nahira objects, calls for speculation. The witness says, no, it was not. The court says, wait, wait, wait. Finally, he should be admonishing this witness. He should have admonished her a long time ago and said, wait for a question, don't speak out of turn, like all those things, like wait for the question to be posed. And stop interrupting the lawyer. Wait for her to fully answer or ask the question. This is driving me insane, this woman, and she's so rude with all of her interruptions and everything. Um, So I just want to say that. And it's taken an hour, 2 hours in before the court says, finally says, wait, there's an objection here. The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. So, like, stop talking. Stop. Don't answer questions when there's an objection and I haven't ruled on it yet. She needs to be yelled at a little bit. Worse than that, Judge. All right, Mr. Levine says, or Levin, I don't know why I keep saying Levine. Mr. Levin says, did you believe from anything that occurred on the 21st that your husband might be retained to probate this will? 21st? I don't know. The 22nd of August of 1989, and a couple days that passed, the things that happened. It was very brief that it was a very brief thing that the kids said to my husband, just like a maybe you will handle the probate. So it wasn't even, concrete. It was not set. It was nothing. Randy didn't, I mean, I guess maybe because they conversed about it, the two of them outside, and came back and they told him, yes, they would like to handle it, or they would like him to handle it, but it was nothing really that set outside of a verbal thing. Yeah, it was a verbal agreement, and then they're pissed that the brothers didn't hold up when in reality, I'm sure the family came in and they were like, nope, we're using this probate attorney. That's, I'm speculating, but I could probably almost guarantee that that's what happened. I mean, they were still kids, and I guarantee the family came in, the uncles and aunts came in and took over the business stuff. All right. And in your presence, you heard your husband say, I want the safe here at my house. I don't remember if he wanted the safe there or the boys thought they wanted to bring the safe there. So you don't remember. Either way. Either way. No. But you do remember your husband saying that, especially to Lyle and Erik Menendez, ordering them not to open the will except in the presence of responsible family members. The court says, not to open the what? You said the will? The witness says, the safe. Mr. Levin says, I'm sorry, not to open the safe. The witness says, yes, I do remember that. Mr. Levin says, and that was Randy Wright telling the defendants that he would not allow the will, the safe, to be opened unless there were responsible family members present. Yes. Now, at that time, did you think that maybe your husband was acting as an attorney to probate the estate? Objection irrelevant and calls for speculation. The witness says the court says overruled. You can answer the question. The witness says, my husband is a trained professional person, and I guess I didn't think much of it. Just didn't thought it was proper. Okay. Mr. Levin says, I'm sorry. Whether it's legally or ethically or which way, he just didn't think it was proper to open the safe. And he never made the comment to you, see, I told you so? I told you so what? That I wasn't going to be retained. Ms. Nahara says, I'm going to object, calls for hearsay. The witness says, I don't remember that. Then the court says overruled. The answer will stand. I don't understand why he keeps ruling way after the witness. That's not how it's supposed to go. You're not supposed to answer the question until after the judge rules whether you can answer it or not, because you can't unring a bell. But this woman has rung so many bells. I don't even know what to do with her. All right, so the court says, wait, you've answered the question. Next question, please. Mr. Levin says, now the conversation that you had with Mr. Erik Menendez, you said lasted 20 minutes, where Erik Menendez was talking about a computer and you testify, no, not talking 20 minutes about a computer. We were talking total 20 minutes. All right, now you testified here today that you recalled specifically that the discussion about the will or the possibility that there was a will on the computer took place between you and Erik Menendez before Randy Wright came home. You testified to that earlier. Right. Now, you even asked for your testimony from the previous hearing to be sent to you, correct? Yes, and is, he cuts her off. Just yes or no, if you can answer that. And Detective Zoller obliged and provided you with that testimony, correct? He always gave me whatever I asked for, yes. The testimony of your prior, yes. The questions and answers, yes, he gave it to me. And you wanted that because you wanted to review it so you knew what it was that you said in the previous hearing under oath. Is that correct? Correct. And that's their right to do. It is. They have a right to review prior testimony, but it is kind of suspicious. And you read it and you reviewed it. Isn't that correct? Correct. Now, in the transcript, as was read to you before on page 29303, you were asked this question. In fact, it was a question by the court in the previous hearing. Quote, did he say where this computer was or why he was concerned about it? The witness says, answer. Later on that evening, a conversation came up that he thought maybe a will was on the computer. Question, was that discussion about a will before or after your husband came home? Your answer at that time was after. Oh, damn. Mic drop. Smoking gun. Like, bingo, bango. That is impeachment. Why are you changing your testimony today after testifying to it under oath just a few months ago and just a couple days having reviewed it? She just reviewed her testimony, having reviewed it when it was sent to you. She says, because I keep going back and forth on it. I'm not sure if it was before or after. So then you wouldn't know. And why are you testifying to either if you're not sure? 1 minute, I think it could have been before he got home, and then I say, well, gee, maybe I was talking to Erik after. It was said, but whatever it was before or after, I don't recall. When you're not sure, or when you feel, I guess, a little confused about the sequence of events, is it your manner just to make up what comes to your mind? No, I just try to figure the best I can at the time I'm answering, and sometimes I think it was before, and sometimes I think it was after. I can't pin it down even in my own mind. So then you shouldn't be testifying to one way or another. Oh my God, this woman. And would you agree that there's other events occurring concerning this conversation that you had with Erik Menendez that are just a little unclear to you today? No, the story is very clear to me. The story is very clear to you today. Very clear. And very clear in sequence? Yes, but the details of asking me whether it was before on the couch, he asked me, or whether it was after, I know that Lyle and my husband was not in the conversation. That I know. Well, whether they were sitting in a room and talking to themselves and Erik was asking me, that's possible, and I can't clarify that in my own mind. I try to, but I can't come to the conclusion whether it was before or after. 1 minute I think it was before, then I say, gee, it had to be after. I can't. I just can't. I can't. Continuing. But, Mrs. Wright, when Randy Wright came home, you were nothing more than an observer of the conversation between Randy Wright and Lyle and Erik Menendez, correct? I mean, you had testified before he came home. I was what? No. After your husband came home, you have testified before that you said nothing. You just sat there while your husband did all the talking with Lyle and Erik Menendez. Isn't that correct? Well, he did most of the talking. I must have said a few things here and there. Well, but I think Erik could have leaned on the couch. He was sitting next to me, and he could have leaned on the couch at the time and asked me while Lyle, and my husband was talking about something else. So I'm not sure when it happened. My God. So if I was an attorney and I had someone like this, I would not be able to keep my cool. I would not be able to just go to like the next subject. And when you've got an unfair judge too and they're giving you crap, I wouldn't be able to keep my tongue quiet. It would be really difficult for me. So I'm glad I'm not these people. And now he's going to switch gears. So you now have a picture in your mind. No, I don't have a picture. I'm still telling you I'm not sure. Then why did you just, Ms. Nahara says, Your Honor, I think the court says she answered the question. Your next question? He cut her off. He cut the prosecutor off because this is bad for the prosecution, and that was a, oh crap, this hurts my case kind of an objection. Mr. Levin says, Why did you just now conjure up the vision that my client was leaning over on the couch and saying something to you about the will being possibly on the computer while Randy Wright was having another conversation with Lyle Menendez? Because I sort of remember something like that. You sort of? I remember talking to Erik, just the two of us, sometime when Randy was talking to Lyle. And have you ever testified before just now of that information, of Erik leaning over and having a conversation with you while Randy Wright was talking to Lyle in this manner that you no, because I'm sorry, have you ever said that before? No, I wasn't sure about it. Okay, now that information that you just gave us today was after you were interviewed by the police on March the 1st of 1994, correct? You were interviewed by Detective Zoller on March the 1st, 1994. Yes. And you were again interviewed by the district attorneys in May of 1994? Correct. Yes. And at both those occasions, you were asked specifically to recall every detail of the events and that you've been testifying to here today. And I did. And during those two conversations, both with the district attorney and with Detective Zoller on the previous occasion in March, you have never recalled or stated anything about this conversation concerning Erik Menendez and yourself while on the couch and Randy Wright was present. Isn't that correct? No, because I'm still not sure that's how it happened. And when you testified in this case back in June 20th of 1995, you were asked questions, extensive questions by the prosecution and the defense to relate every single thing that you knew that happened that had anything to do with the case on August the 21st or so of 1989, and you did so, correct? And I did relate. And you never testified that he asked, or you never testified on direct or cross examination to the so-called conversation with Erik on the couch? Because there may have been not been even just one. I just know talking to Erik. So she's saying there might have been more than one conversation, but now she remembers this conversation about a computer and a will. Mr. Levin says, thanks. I have nothing further. The court says any redirect. And Ms. Nahara says, oh, yeah, you're damn straight, Your Honor. I'm going to redirect because that really hurt my case. So she's got to get up and try to rehabilitate that because that was awful, awful for the prosecution. She starts off by saying, Good afternoon, Mrs. Wright. Mrs. Wright, you were asked previously by Mrs. Towery and Mr. Levin about a conversation that you had with Detective Zoller on March 1st, 1994. Yes. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Zoller on March 1st, 1994? Is that the time he came to my house? Do you recall the first time that you talked to him? Yes. And then, do you recall going to the Beverly Hills police station and having a second conversation number 2, with Detective Zoller, myself, and Mr. Kahn? Do you recall that? Correct. Do you recall that being around May 4th, 1994? Yes. So we're talking about a March conversation and a May conversation of 1994. Okay. Do you recall having two conversations? Yes, I do. And then you were called in to testify at a pretrial hearing on June 20th of 1995? Yes. Do you recall that? Yes. So that was three conversations. Right. And then you testified here today. Is that right? Correct. Now, going back first to the first conversation, she's got to spell it out like you're a toddler because you're that stupid, Mrs. Wright. I mean, I'm sorry, but she's got to. Okay, so now going back to the first conversation that you had with Detective Zoller back in March 1st, 1994. At that time, do you recall telling Detective Zoller way back on March 1st, 1994, that Lyle and Erik had told you that they were concerned regarding the possibility of a new will on their home computer? Do you recall mentioning that to Detective Zoller? That was basically all I had to say. That's why I ended up coming here. I don't have much else to say. And is it as you recall, your best recollection now was that conversation with, in fact, Erik Menendez? Yes. Was Lyle Menendez involved in that conversation? No. I never talked, I never really talked to Lyle. Lyle was around the house but he never said anything to me and I never said anything to him. And do you recall when you first told Detective Zoller about the conversation you had with Erik Menendez about the computer and the will, the new will in the computer, that this took place before your husband got home? In case you're confused about the will, so Mr. Menendez, Jose Menendez, had his own will, and that was, I'm sure, with his attorneys and whoever, someone important that knew about it. So he had a will. He told, now I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Carlos Peralt, the uncle. He told somebody that he was going to cut the brothers out of the will. This was closer in time to the homicides. But he never did that. He never changed the will. He kept it the same. And then there's this talk about a new will or a will that was typed up in a computer. There was supposedly a file that they found, but it was empty or something, and it just titled will on the computer. But supposedly there's nothing on it, and I'm sure we'll get into that. We are going to read through the computer forensic people, the guy that came to like wipe the computer, to scrub the computer, or to look for it. We'll read their testimonies too. So we'll get more into detail on that. But I just wanted to let you know if you were confused by the new will versus the old will. The old will is the only will. The new will, as far as we know, never really existed. So all right, Mr. Levin objects with respect to the characterization of the new will. It misstates the testimony. The court says, rephrase the question, please. Ms. Nahira says, do you recall in this first conversation with Detective Zoller when you spoke to him about your conversation with the defendant, Erik Menendez, about the possibility of a new will in the home computer, that you told Detective Zoller at that time this conversation took place before your husband got home? That's what I told him. And you told him this back in March of 1994, isn't that right? Yes. And then you had a second conversation at the Beverly Hills police station, isn't that right? Yes. And at that time, did you once again tell those present that you had a conversation with Erik Menendez? Yes. And did you at that time once again explain the fact that you had a conversation that Erik discussed that he was looking for a new will that his father may have put in the computer? Yes. Again, this is 1994. This is a new witness and wasn't in trial one. And all of a sudden, she just knows all these things. She remembers all this stuff from years ago. She's got this great memory of what happened. So it just doesn't add up to me. What do you guys think? Does it add up to you? 'Cause I can't stand this woman after spending 2 hours with her. All right. And at that time, question, back to the transcript. And at that time, did you once again tell those present that you had a conversation with Erik Menendez? Yes. And did you at that time once again explain the fact that you had had a conversation with Erik Menendez where he discussed that he was looking for a new will that his father may have put in the computer? Yes. And was it at that, when you were relating that information, was that when you used the phrase looking through the computer tooth and nail? Yes. And that was back in May of 1994. Is that right? Yes. Now, when you came here and testified on June 20th of 1995, did you once again testify that you had a conversation with Erik Menendez? Yes. And did you testify that you spoke to Erik Menendez about a possible new will in the computer? Yes. Now, at that time, June 20th, 1995, about a year after your last conversation, did you recall when, in the sequence of events, that conversation with Erik Menendez took place? I wasn't sure if it was before my husband got home or after. First, I thought it was before he got home, and then I said, "Gee, well, maybe it could have been after." I'm still not certain of when it was said. All I know is we were on the couch and it was said. And this was after you had been called to testify in this matter, is that right? Yes. And you testified for 2 days on this matter? Right. Yes. And you were asked a lot of questions about this, is that right? Yes. And you've testified today that you did have a conversation with Erik Menendez concerning a new will on the computer, is that right? Yes. Do you recall that conversation? Yes. As you sit here now, are you sure when that evening, that conversation took place? No, I'm not certain of exactly when it happened. Did it take place that night? Absolutely. So now we're just supposed to believe you that it took place that night when you can't remember a gosh darn thing that happened or that was said. Everything she said has been inconsistent. And was it a conversation between yourself and the defendant, Erik Menendez? Yes. And with regards to the substance of that conversation, is it, as the defense has brought out, a conversation about a computer and involving whether or not your son, Billy, could get into a computer and that there was a possibility of a new will in the computer? Yes. Ms. Nahira says, "Thank you. I have nothing further." Any recross? Ms. Towery says, "Yes, I have a couple questions, Your Honor." And recross examination begins. Ms. Towery says, "Mrs. Wright, when you testified in June, just several months ago, that was under oath, wasn't it?" Yes. Were your statements that Detective Zoller wrote up, were those under oath? Are those statements under oath? Any statement I would make to the police, I would consider it under oath. Okay, but you weren't sworn in or anything like that. You didn't hold up your hand and say, "I swear to tell the truth." Is that right? Right. And he just talked to you. Is that right? Yes. And the first time he came to your house, he was talking to your husband and wasn't even talking to you initially. Isn't that correct? He came there to interview my husband. And when you testified in court in June, you took an oath to tell the truth, didn't you? Yes. And you just said, in response to Ms. Nahara's questions, that you aren't sure if your conversation with Erik Menendez regarding the will on the computer was before or after your husband came home. Isn't that right? Yes, I keep going back and forth, and sometimes I think it was this way, and sometimes I think it was that. And that's because you just don't know, do you? I don't know when it was said, but I know it was said that night, and it was said to me. Okay, and you know that there was some discussion at some point during the evening about a will on a computer. Is that fair? Yes. But the specifics on that discussion aren't clear to you now that you sit here 6 years later. Is that a fair statement? I apologize. I said 4.5 years is when she was testifying. It was 5.5 years. I can't do math that quickly in my head. So it was 5.5 years ago from when she testified in June. And now we're about 6 years out because the crimes happened in August '89. We're in October '94, 95. Sorry. All right. I don't know. I can't do math. Whatever. So no, the discussion is clear to me, she says. Let me start over with that question. But the specifics of that discussion aren't clear to you now that you sit here 6 years later. Is that a fair statement? No, the discussion is clear to me. The story is clear in my mind. It's just that I don't know exactly in detail when it was said, except that it was said that evening. Well, you also don't know exactly in detail what words were used, do you? No, and you don't know exactly in detail who said what, do you? Well, yes, I wouldn't be here. You do? I wouldn't be here if I didn't know what I'm saying. Well, you just testified on direct that both Lyle and Eric Menendez said things together in this conversation. Yes, everybody was talking. Did they say these things simultaneously? I'm sure they didn't talk over each other. They must have taken turns, different questions, each of them had different statements, different questions. So when you said in your direct testimony, when asked to distinguish between the two of them, and you said they both said it, did they both say it at the same time, or did Lyle say it and then Eric say it, or Eric say it and then Lyle say it? Ms. Nahara says, outside the scope of redirect, the witness says they didn't answer the same question, both of them. They didn't say yes, yes, no, no. One answered, and then some other question, another one answered. Ms. Towery says both of them never answered a question. Is that right? Not at the same time. They didn't answer the same question. They sometimes Eric would say an answer, and sometimes Lyle would have the answer to the question. And you don't know who answered what question, is that right? No, I basically just know what was said. I remember very clearly that evening, the whole scene, because it was obviously an unusual evening. What day? I would have asked, why was it unusual? Like, what else can you tell us to make it, to like identify timeline and stuff? All right, so what day did the brothers and their uncles come to pick up the safe at your house? Ms. Nahara says objection outside the scope of redirect. The court says it is outside the scope. Do you want to reopen for that purpose? Ms. Towery said, I'd ask to, Your Honor. The court says, okay, I'll let you do that. The witness says a day or two after they came to my house. Ms. Towery says a day or two after Lyle and Eric came to your house. The safe. Which is them? Do you know? Do you remember? No, I don't know the exact date. It was 1 or 2 days after the safe was brought to my house in the evening, and it could have been a day or two after they opened the safe. I think it would have to be maybe a couple days because the relatives, they were still waiting, whatever that means. Okay, so you're guessing it was a couple of days, is that right? I'm guessing about a day or two. All right, and when you testified that it was the next morning in June, were you just guessing then? No, at that time I thought it was the next morning. Oh my God, this woman. You can't just guess. You can't just make stuff up on the stand. Oh my God, this is why there's so many innocent people in prison. Stupid witnesses like this who just come on the case to make themselves known. All right, so she says no. At the time, I thought it was the next day. When you thought it was the next day, but now you think it was a couple days, is that right? It could have been a couple days after. Because you get mixed up in your mind about what really happened, about the facts as well. Isn't that correct? No, just from what it was 6 years ago. Whether it was 1 or 2 days, then I don't remember. But it was very shortly after the safe came that they only stayed 2 days in my house. Well, when you were asked in June how many days was the safe at your house, and this is at 29309, Ms. Nahara says, I'm familiar with the passage. Ms. Towery says, okay, when you were asked in June, just a few months ago, how many days was the safe in your home? And you answered, just till the next morning. Were you sure? I thought they opened. At that time, I thought they opened it the next morning. You thought that in June. I thought, but I thought that it was the following day. How do you know that? What's changed since June and now? Well, because I read my testimony and then you decided that it must have been wrong? Right. What? She read her testimony and decided it was wrong. So now she's changing it. Okay. She just read her testimony like 2 days ago, or a few days before she testifies. And here she is saying her testimony must have been wrong. Got it. Because it must have been longer because the relatives came over. So you're assuming it was 2 days. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And you're testifying today to an assumption. Is that right? Right. Because you don't remember, do you? I remember. I remember exactly. The safe was open a day or two after it came to my house. That's what I remember. Okay. And I don't think she understands what exactly means. And when you were asked that question in June, do you remember exactly? No, I thought it was a day. Now I'm saying a day or two. It could have been a day. Could have been 2 days. I don't know. It was shortly after it came. It was open and they left. When you were asked that question, you didn't say I didn't know, did you? No, I usually try to give an answer the best I can. I don't like to say I don't know. We can tell. We can tell. So, if you're asked a question, you try to give an answer the best I can. And that answer might be right or wrong, but you're still going to give an answer because you don't like to say, I don't know. Is that right? I'll tell you if I don't know, but if I know and if I maybe not know exactly, I'll try to get it as close as I can for you. I see. And that's what you've done when you testified here today, isn't it? In some cases. Oh my God, this woman just admitted that she is making crap up on the stand. Ms. Towery says, thank you. I have nothing further. Mr. Levin now has some recross very, very briefly. Mrs. Wright, am I correct that the reason that Erik Menendez stayed at your house was because you were compassionate towards him and you were concerned about where he would spend those troublesome days? Objection, irrelevant, overruled. Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Nothing further. The court says anything else? Ms. Nahara says, I want to clear up one issue, Your Honor. Further redirect examination. All right. This woman is back with more questions. Mrs. Wright, when Mrs. Towery was talking to you, she said that you testified here that you had a conversation with Erik Menendez concerning a new will in a computer. They already objected to that term and were told, and it was sustained. So I don't know why she continues to call it that, but here we are. Now, were you present later when your husband was talking to the defendants? Yes, I was there at all times. Did you hear a conversation between the defendants and your husband concerning the same matter? Yes, that's why I'm not clear when it was said. Now, what was this separate conversation from your conversation with the defendant, Erik Menendez? Yes, I had a conversation about the computer and then we had a conversation about the will, but I can't separate the two. I have it in my mind as one. And with regards to Mrs. Towery's final question to you in regards to the statements of the conversation that you had with Erik Menendez and the conversations that you had with your husband, to the best of your recollection, is that what was stated in those discussions? Concern about a new will in a computer. That's not an answer. Did a safe come to your house? Are you certain of that? I'm certain of that. Are you certain that safe was opened at your house? Absolutely. Well, I don't know. Maybe they didn't open it. It was in the garage. Well, I was in the garage. I think it was in the garage. Okay. Are you absolutely certain that some people went into your garage with a locksmith? They came out. You see how she doesn't answer the question? Did they go into your garage with a locksmith? Yes. Did they come out of your garage with a locksmith? Yes. And there was a physical safe in your house? Mr. Levin says, objection, leading, Your Honor. Yes, the witness says, overruled. Ms. Nahara says, and are you absolutely certain That safe was brought in your house that evening, the evening of August 21st. Yes. Thank you. I have nothing further. The court says anything else. Mr. Levin says no. The court says okay. Thank you. You may step down. You're excused and we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 8:30. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about the case. Blah, 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 blah. The jury exits. The court says, all right, we're going to clear the courtroom. The court has some matters to discuss with counsel. This is very brief. We're going to have some argument very briefly. Hold on one sec. Okay, I lied. It is actually sealed. So it says pages 30,000 or 37,252 through whatever have were held in camera and sealed by the order of the court. So they were outside the presence of the jury. All right, we do have Mr. Wright, Mr. Randy Wright, to get to his testimony. We are 2 hours, 40 minutes in. I'm going to try to get this in one episode but we still have like a lot to go. So just letting you know, this is a longer one. I think I warned you guys before. We've got a lot to get through. I want to try to like I said, I want to get these videos, as long as I possibly can so we can start to get through the testimony. Sorry, I have an itch. All right, so we are now moving on to Thursday, October 19th, 1995. If you are following along with the transcripts, we are on October 19th, and we are going to get started. Following proceedings were held in open court outside the presence of the jury. The court says the defendants and all counsel are present. Something you want to discuss. Ms. Nahara says, yes, Your Honor. At this time, I want to put on the record, along with an explanation, the fact that the people will be adding 3 new witnesses to our witness list and the reasons behind them. At this point in time, they should have already, long ago, before trial started, hand over their witness lists and discovery and all the things that they're pulling in the mornings of trial. All the stuff that they're doing, those things should have been done long ago. But here we are again with another surprise. We've got some more witnesses and discovery that you guys haven't received. Haha, have fun. Even though you're in the middle of trial, so now you can't investigate anything that we turn over to you or depose any witnesses, but here we are. All right, so Ms. Nahara continues. If I may, Your Honor, the people, the court says, have you disclosed this to the defense yet? Ms. Abramson says, no, I haven't, Your Honor. I'm sure she said they haven't. The court says, why don't you do that? Why do you have to put it on the record? Ms. Nahara says, because they immediately start arguing with me about it. I would prefer to put it on the record. The court says, that's fine. That's the way you prefer, but that's not the way I prefer. You give them a list and tell them who it is. And if there's a dispute that needs to be resolved by the court, then I'll hear it. But I don't see any reason to put things on the record unless there's a need for it. So who's being the little drama queen? So just do things as lawyers are supposed to do. Just communicate with opposing counsel. That's part of your job. If that's the only issue that you wanted to address, we'll wait for the jury and then we'll start up. Ms. Abramson says, perhaps we should have a few minutes to see what this is, Judge. The court says that's fine. If it requires a hearing, we'll have one. But if it relates to some event that's going to occur in the future and not today, I don't see why we should interfere with the start of the trial. Are the jurors here yet? The bailiff says, not yet, sir. They're on their way. The court says, as soon as they're here, we'll start. The court is not having it today. Because that's some BS that they just tried pulling. We're in week 2 of trial, and you're like, we've got 3 new witnesses, Judge, and we haven't even told the defense yet, but we're just springing that on them in open court. Wow. I mean, do you guys see the problems in this case? I see so many problems. Not a lot of justice being served, but I see a lot of problems happening. Court says, all right, the defendants are in the court with their lawyers. The people are here. Anything before we proceed with the next witness? Okay, let's get the jury out, please. The jury enters the courtroom. The court says, all right, the jurors are here. Now, Ms. Nahara says, the people call Randolph Wright. He comes to the stand. He gets sworn in, and direct examination is about to begin. Ms. Nahara says, sir, what is your occupation? I'm an attorney. And how long have you been an attorney? Since 1969, which would be about, I guess, 26 years. And do you have a law firm somewhere that you practice at? Yeah, I practice at Beverly Hills, or in Beverly Hills. That's where my law practice is. What kind of law do you practice? A lot of personal injury, a lot of criminal defense, and just different types of litigation. Do you have what would generally be described as a general practice? Basically, yes. Is that known in the vernacular as a general law practice? I'm not sure. Now, do you know the defendant Erik Menendez? Yes. And how do you know the defendant Erik Menendez? Through my son. And what is your son's name? Billy. Right. And how did you know him? Through your son Billy? Well, Billy was going to Beverly High and he was on the tennis team and he was a junior when Erik had transferred over, I think from the Calabasas area when Erik was a senior. So he talks just like his wife. He gives a lot of detail that's not asked for. Do you know the defendant Lyle Menendez? Did I know him? Had you ever seen him? Yes, yeah. Any time before August 21st, 1989? Yeah, on the tennis court at Beverly High. Do you recall if you'd ever been introduced to him before August 21st, 1989 or not? I don't think I had been. Now, do you know if the defendant, Erik Menendez, knew that you were an attorney? Oh, he had to have known that I was an attorney. Absolutely. And why is that? Well, I got a big mouth, number one. Number two, I went to a lot of Beverly High tennis practices and would talk to him and talk to the other kids on the team. Did you talk to them about the fact that you were in the law profession? Well, they would ask me questions and I would answer them. And did you ever talk to the defendant, Erik Menendez, specifically about the fact that you were in the law profession? Absolutely. And, sir, are you married? Yes. And what is your wife's name? Klara with a K. These people are so annoying. And, sir, I'm sorry, that just bothered me. She's Klara with a K. On August 21st, 1989, did you ask your wife to run an errand? Yes, I did. And what did you ask her to do? I asked her to go over to the Menendez home and pick up a couple of my son's tennis rackets. Do you guys think that maybe they heard the news that the Menendez parents were gone and the husband was like, well, you should go over there. We got tennis rackets. Why don't you just drive over there and try to go get your tennis rackets, get our tennis rackets, and then you can ask questions and be nosy. That's what I think happened. And why were those tennis rackets at the Menendez home? We were back in Kalamazoo, Michigan for the national championships, and we left. My son was one of the favorites to win the tournament, had a bad back. He had to throw that in there that his son was one of the favorites to win the tournament because he just has to make sure that we all know about him and his family. I can't stand these people. I'm sorry. Are they annoying you as much as they're annoying me? Anyways. Mr. Levin Mr. Levin says, Your Honor, I object to the narrative and it's non-responsive. The court says, well, so far it is responsive, but why don't you focus on the specific question here? The witness says, Ms. Nahara says, if I may, would you tell us why it was that the Menendezes had your son's tennis racket? My son lost in one of the early rounds due to an injury. He couldn't play the consolation bracket, so he left after 3 days, and two of his rackets, of his 10 rackets that were being strung, we left at the Kalamazoo headquarters of the tennis. It's on the College of Kalamazoo in Kalamazoo, Michigan. When you discovered you left the rackets, did you do something about that to retrieve them? Well, yes. I told my wife the rackets are there, and when Erik comes back from the tournament, he was in the 18s. My boy was in the 16s. I would call the house and retrieve the rackets. I don't know what that means, if that's like age groups or some tennis related group. I have no idea. I'm assuming it's age groups, but I don't know. Maybe Billy is younger. Not really sure. All right, so did you call somebody in Kalamazoo to make sure that the rackets got brought back? Yeah, I did. Who'd you call in Kalamazoo? I think I recall calling Mike Joyce, whose son was one of the favorites too. Mr. Levin says, Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive beyond that point. The court says sustained. Stop talking. Just answer the question and shush. We could get through this so much faster if you did. Next question, please. Ms. Nahara says, Did you talk to Mr. Joyce back in Kalamazoo, Michigan? Yes. Did you arrange somehow to have the rackets brought back? As I recall it. Mr. Levin says, Your Honor, objection to the hearsay beyond the fact that the court says you can answer that yes or no. The witness says yes. Ms. Nahara says, Now, after you arranged to have the tennis rackets brought back to Beverly Hills on August 21st, did you ask your wife to pick them up? I certainly did. Now, on August 21st, 1989, did you receive a phone call from your wife? Yes. Did you talk to her that day? Yes. Do you recall what time you talked to her that day? I think it was sometime around 12:30 in the afternoon. And why did you talk to her that day? Objection calls for hearsay, overruled. Also calls for speculation. The court says why he spoke to his wife. The Mr. Levin says it sounds like she called him. The court says objection overruled as to why he spoke. The witness says she reiterated what had happened at the Menendez house the night before. Ms. Nahara continues on. What did she tell you? Mr. Levin says objection hearsay. Is this offered for the truth of the matter? No. All right, then it's not received for the purpose just to explain information this witness had. The witness says, She told me she arrived at the house and saw the ribbon around the police officers there and both Menendez boys outside, and Erik came over to her and told her what had happened the night before. Ms. Nahara says, And did she tell you whether or not either defendant said anything else to her? Yes, she said Erik said they wanted to come over and talk to me. Where's your husband? We've been trying to reach him. And did she tell you why the defendant, Erik Menendez, was trying to reach you? Ms. Towery says, Objection, calls for hearsay. The court says it's being received for the same limited purpose as at this point, this is hearsay since it's being related by someone else to the witness and it's only received to explain what information the witness had when he did things later on. Ms. Towery says, Objection, irrelevant, overruled. Do you remember the question? That's okay. That's a tough one. Did she tell you why the defendant, Erik Menendez, was trying to reach you? I asked her that, and she said that they wanted to talk to you, Randy. Did she mention anything about wanting to talk to you about legal issues? No. Now, what did you tell her in response to the message that she gave you? I told her to tell them I'll try to get home early and give them the address to the house, something to that effect, and I'll talk to them when I get home. And at some time later that day, did you return to your house? I did. About what time? 3, 3:30 or 4, 4:30, somewhere around there. So now the timeline keeps getting even broader. This is great. And when you arrived home, was anyone there? Yes. Who was there? Lyle and Erik and my wife. And when you say Lyle and Erik, are you referring to Lyle and Erik Menendez, the defendants in court? Yes, ma'am. And were the defendants and your wife all in the same place in your house? Yes, ma'am. Where was that? In my family room and our family room. Did you have a conversation with the defendants? Yes, I did. And how long did you talk to the defendants that evening? I don't know. It was a good length of time. At some point, did they leave your house that evening? Yes. From the time that you got there to the time that they left, do you recall how much time had passed? I think it could have been from when I got home, it could have been a couple hours, and I'm not sure. I'm really not. And did you have a lengthy conversation with one or both of the defendants? Yes. As you sit there right now, do you recall whether you spoke to one or the other defendant more? I think I probably, even though I knew Erik and didn't know Lyle, I keep thinking that I probably talked more. Ms. Towery says objection as to what he probably did if he doesn't recall. The witness says to Lyle. Overruled, the answer will stand. So he's just allowed to speculate and testify to that. That's cool. Ms. Nahara says, now, when you first got there and spoke to both defendants, do you recall what it was that you first spoke to them about? Yes. And what was that? The homicides. Did you ask either or both of them if they had any ideas who might have done the homicides? Yes. Do you recall, as you sit there, whether you asked both or just one of them? I was talking with them jointly, asking them as the two of them together, how did it happen that way? Did either defendant indicate who they thought might have done the homicides? Yeah, I recall Lyle telling me about his father's business and he had negotiated a sale in some record stores, a purchase or a sale of some chain of record stores in the East. And they were mafia controlled. And after they found out that his father pulled such a terrific business deal, they had given his father a lot of heat about it, and in essence, he had been threatened. So Lyle thought this was a mafia homicide. He relayed that to me. What? When did any. Okay. This is all. I'm skeptical on all of this. Because why were you not in the first trial then? If you had all this information about this, I don't. Mm-mm. I don't buy it. These people are suspicious to me. All right, so now, sometime in the course of this conversation, was it brought up that positions you had held in the past? I don't understand the in terms of positions. Did anyone ever talk to you about whether you had been a prosecutor in the past? Yeah, I recall one of them asked me, might have been Lyle, that I used to be a prosecutor, something to that effect. What was said about that? I said I was a prosecutor for 3.5 years with the LA County DA's office. So the same office that's prosecuting them. Did the defendant, Lyle Menendez, ask you anything further about that? Well, you have some friends on the Beverly Hills Police Department, don't you? And I said yes. And after he asked you whether or not you had friends on the Beverly Hills Police Department, what did you discuss or what did you say, if anything, about that? I just said, I grew up in Beverly Hills. I used to live in Beverly Hills. I was a prosecutor there, and I became familiar with a lot of the police officers in Beverly Hills. Now, did you also have during the course of this conversation, did you also discuss with them where they were during the time of the homicides? Mr. Levin says objection with respect to the characterization of the M word as a jury question because it's up to the jury to decide if it was M or manslaughter or self-defense, imperfect self-defense. So there's a lot of other terms you can use besides the M word. So I like to use homicide because it's not as it's more YouTube friendly, I should say. All right, so the court says rephrase that question. Ms. Nahara says, did you question them about where they were during the time that the lives were taken? And yeah, in the beginning of the conversation, yes. And what did you say or what was said at this during this part of the conversation? Well, they relayed to me. Mr. Levin says, objection with respect to they, as an unidentified speaker. And the court says, yeah, if you can identify who said what. Ms. Nahara says, if I may, did you specifically ask one or both of the defendants where they were at the time that their parents' lives were taken? Yes, and do you recall whether one or both of them responded to this? I'm almost positive that that answer was, I think it was relayed to me by Lyle. And what did he tell you, if anything, about where he was when his parents' lives were taken? He said they'd gone to a show. They'd gone to a show, movie. Then they were going to some sort of wine festival, I think, in Santa Monica Civic. And it wasn't at the Santa Monica Civic. They discovered it was downtown at the convention center. And then, did you tell them anything? Well, they told me some other things about calling a friend who was supposed to meet them. And because he was going to meet them at one place and they had to go to a different place and they were late, and they finally just arrived home and saw the homicide victims. So and did you tell them anything after they told you what they said they were doing at that time? Yeah, I remember telling them, you guys have to have the stubs to did you keep the stubs to the movies for the movie you went to? And I don't recall who answered that. I think it was Lyle who said, yes, we have the stubs. Now, at some point, did this conversation turn to a discussion of legal issues? Yes. Now, about when you arrived, about how soon after you started talking to them did the conversation turn to these legal issues? More than halfway through the conversation. And who brought up the legal issues? As I recall, it was Lyle. And do you recall how he brought up any legal issues? He asked me if I'd do any probate or something to that effect, and they were looking for someone to help them with their father's will. Had you mentioned anything prior to this about the father's will or about anything having to do with the will or money or anything like that? Up to that point, no. Is it fair to say that at that time you had been talking to him basically about the homicides of the parents? That's right. And that you were interested or concerned with at that time? Absolutely. Now, when the defendant, Lyle Menendez, brought up that they needed someone to probate the will, how did you respond to that? Well, he asked me to do it he asked me, would I like to probate the will? Did you think it was strange that he would bring up the issue of the will? Objection. And two people objected. There's Ms. Towery and Mr. Levin. And Ms. Nahara says, while talking about the homicides of the parents, the court says sustained, objection sustained. Ms. Nahara says, when he brought up the probate of the will, did you have a discussion about probating the will? I did. And what specifically was said during this part of the discussion? I recall asking them, did the father have a business lawyer? Because I felt that would be the main, or that would be the man that would probably arrange to write the will. So a business lawyer or some other lawyer that, Mr. Menendez already had in his employ to write the will with Mr. Menendez. That would be the person I would contact first. And I think he gave me the name of an attorney by the name of Mason, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. When you say he gave you the name of an attorney named Mason, who is the he that we're talking about? Lyle. So this is the defendant, Lyle Menendez. Yes, ma'am. And how much of this conversation that you had with the defendants was taken up with the discussion of the father, their parents' will? I don't think that conversation was more than 10 minutes, if at that. Now, do you recall saying earlier that perhaps it might have been as much as 95% of the conversation? Conversation about the will? The conversation about the will. That was a very small percentage of the total conversation, as I recall, I had with the boys at the time. And the discussion about the will was that you said that the defendant, Lyle Menendez, brought that up. When you were talking about the will, who were you talking the most about the will? Lyle. And where was the defendant, Erik Menendez, while you were discussing the will? He was sitting on one of the couches next to it was my wife and Erik, and then Lyle was on the couch to the left of me, and I was in a chair. Ms. Towery says, I couldn't hear the witness. The witness says, I was in a chair. Lyle was, I believe, to the left of me, and it was my wife and Erik on the other couch. Now, during this conversation, after you were given the name of Mr. Jose Menendez's possible attorney, who else was mentioned? He mentioned a secretary that ran Jose's affairs, that I could probably call her and she would come and get me the lawyer's name, and that would be to some benefit to me, I told him. And did they tell you anything else about their concerns about their father, Jose Menendez's will? Objection with respect to the term they. The court says, why don't you rephrase the question? Ms. Nahara says, did you have any further discussion with both defendants present concerning Jose and Kitty Menendez's will? Yes, they had. I was told by Lyle that we thought that the father might have changed the will, and he thought that there may have been a will on his computer at home, and whether or not that would be a legal will, to which I answered, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'll check it through, or I'll check it out though. And when you said Lyle said there was concern about the father's will, were you referring to Jose Menendez's will? Well, he didn't say there was concern. He just told me he thought that his father might have made a new will and it may be on the computer. And then he asked me, would that be a legal will? And I said, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Something to that effect, but I would check it and I would check it out and see if I could have a computer will, if it would be valid. Now, after this discussion concerning whether or not there would be a valid will in a computer, whether or not Jose Menendez could put a valid will into the computer, did you have any further discussion concerning a possible will by Jose Menendez and Kitty Menendez? Yes, I asked them, did they know where their father kept his business papers? Maybe the will would be in, or a copy of the will would be in the house with the business papers. And how did they, when you spoke to them, Lyle, did you speak to both defendants or just one? Basically was talking with Lyle as I remember. Do you recall whether the defendant, Lyle Menendez, responded? He responded with the statements that he's got a safe, with the statement that he has a safe in the house and it may be there. When you say he's got a safe, whose safe did you understand this to be? His dad's. So his dad's safe was in the house? Mm-hmm, yes, ma'am. And after the defendant, Lyle Menendez, told you that his dad had a safe in the house, what, if any, discussion did you have about this? I told him eventually we'd get into the safe, and if there was a will that was there, that would obviously tell us the answer. And did the defendant, Lyle Menendez, respond to this? Yes, he told me he could go and get the safe. And when he said this, what was your response? I thought he was crazy. And why is that? Well, objection, irrelevant, overruled. You can answer the question. I just felt it was a little bizarre that after being relayed the story that he'd go back to the house. Why? It's his house. Like he can't not go back to his home where all of his objects are? That makes no sense. Ms. Towery says, objection, motion to strike, irrelevant. The witness's state of mind is not an issue. The court says, all right, it might become so, but for the questioning at this point, I'll sustain the objection. What happened next? Okay, when you said that, the witness says, do you want me to answer that? The court says, no, we'll let the lawyers ask the questions. Ms. Nahara says, thank you, Your Honor. You said that you thought it was a little bit crazy. Did you have any further discussion? I didn't say it to him. I didn't say, I think you're a little crazy. I didn't say that. I just felt it. Was this, so that we clarify this, the same day, August 21st, 1989, that you learned that Jose and Kitty had been taken, their lives had been taken? Yes, I guess late at night, and this is the following day. So the following day, Lyle Menendez told you that he would go and get his dad's safe and see if there was a will in it. No, he just said that he could go get the safe, to which I replied, do you want me to reply? What did you reply? Which I replied, if you can get the safe, I want it brought to my house. It's not going to be open until some responsible people who may be executors from the family will be out here and it will be open then. So you can get that safe. It better be brought to my house. So if you get the safe, it better be brought to my house. So he is the one. He had just testified that he wanted it at his house. So there you have it. It wasn't the brother's idea to bring it there necessarily. All right. So did you tell them that you didn't want it opened until there were responsible adults present? Yes, I did. And after you related this to the defendant, Lyle Menendez, did you have any further discussion about the safe? No, they left. I recall both of them leaving and to go get the safe. When you say they left, are we referring to the defendants Erik and Lyle Menendez? I recall, I'm sure, that Erik went with Lyle. I know that that Lyle left. I'm almost positive that Erik had to go with him, but I'm not 100% sure of that. I'm really not. Now, at some point, did you see the defendant Erik Menendez, Lyle Menendez, again that evening? A few minutes, maybe 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, I'm not 100% accurate or sure on. I don't think it was more than 15 or 20 minutes. We live 2 minutes away from them. I think it's around 15 or 20 minutes, but I'm not 100% sure. When you say you live about 2 minutes away from them, are you saying that your house is about 2 minutes from the Menendez home? Yes, ma'am. So, driving at a fair pace. So, your understanding is about approximately 15 to 20 minutes later, the defendant, Lyle Menendez, returned to your home. Yes, ma'am. Was he alone or was he with someone else? He was with the safe. Was the defendant, Erik Menendez, with him as well? I'm not 100% sure whether or not Erik was there. I'm not capable of giving you a 100% answer on that. I think he probably left, but I may be wrong. But at some point, you're certain, about approximately 15 to 20 minutes later, the defendant, Lyle Menendez, returned and he had his dad's safe with him? Yes, ma'am. Can you describe that safe for the jury? It's small enough, obviously, to be picked up. I don't know. It's maybe in height about 3 to 4 feet, maybe in height and width. No, 2 feet. Maybe 2 by 2 in width and 3 or 4, 5 feet in height. Okay. I really am very bad when it comes to safes and giving the dimensions. It wasn't, believe me, it was not a big safe. So he gives descriptions like his wife. Now, when the defendant, Lyle Menendez, brought the safe to your house, what'd you do with it? I directed the safe, I directed them to Lyle and Erik to take the safe and put it in one of the back rooms. My son lives upstairs, but his old bedroom, there's bedrooms on one part and bedrooms in the other part. We put it in an empty room to the left of the family room. To the best of your recollection, how long did it stay in that room before something happened to it? I think 2 days from the day it arrived in my house. I think it was 2 days. Did one or both of the defendants remain at your home during this time? Yes, Erik stayed with me for the 2 days and Lyle left that night. When you say Erik, you're referring to the defendant, Erik Menendez? Erik Menendez. Now, what happened after 2 days passed with regards to the safe at your house? What happened with the safe? Correct. Well, approximately 2 days later, The two people I thought were going to be the executors of the state, and the two people I was told by Lyle were the two people that were closest to the father, the brother of Kitty Menendez and Jose's brother-in-law. I got a call from one of them, and they told me they were aware that the safe was at my house. I got a call from one of these two gentlemen, one of the two brother-in-laws. They got my name from Lyle, and they were aware that the safe was in my house, and they wanted to all come over and take the safe. Now, as you sit there today, do you recall when you got this call? It might have been a day later. So when you say it might have been, is it fair to say you're not quite sure? I'm not quite sure. That is fair to say. And at some point after the safe arrived at your home, you received a phone call from one of the two brothers-in-law. Is that right? That's correct. Do you recall which one it was as you sit there today? It might have been, I think, Mr. Anderson, Kitty's brother, a white-haired gentleman. I think it might have been him. I think. Now, after you received the phone call from one of the two people that you thought would be the executors of Jose and Kitty's will, yes, ma'am, what did you do, if anything? With respect to what? With respect to the safe. It just stayed in the bedroom until people showed up. Okay. And at some point, when you say people showed up, did some people show up at your house to do something with the safe? Yes, ma'am. Who showed up? Erik and Lyle Menendez. Would you like to know the time? First, tell me who showed up. Erik and Lyle Menendez, both brother-in-laws, and a gentleman who I assumed was a professional safe cracker, electrician, someone who obviously knew how to open the safe. And about what time did these individuals show up at your house? I think it was, as I recall, it was around noon, 12:30 or so. And what happened after they all arrived at your house? They wanted to, well, they went and got the safe, everybody, and they wanted to know if they could have a place of privacy where they could open the safe. And I said, I guess the best place would be the garage. The garage was empty at the time. There were no cars in it. I led them to where the garage is, and they took the safe. The safe was placed in the garage. I saw them go in the garage. My wife and I remained in the family room. They closed the door to the garage and were there for a few minutes. Now, after you saw them go into the garage, you left the area, is that right? I never went in the garage. I just took them to the garage, opened the door. This is from inside the house. We can get to the garage from inside or from outside. I don't know. We can get to the garage through the kitchen inside. So I opened the door from inside the house and led them down the steps, pointed to them. This is the garage, guys, and the safe went in there. Okay. After you left them there, where did you go and where did your wife go? My wife remained in the family room. I turned around and went back about 15 feet through the kitchen and 20 feet or 15 or 20 feet through the kitchen and sat down in the family room. So you left that area. Did you at any time go back to that area? No. So, as far as you know, you're not sure what happened with regards to what was going on over in the garage area. Is that right? I'd have no way of knowing. But at some point, you are aware that they were doing they were through doing whatever it was with the safe. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. And about how much time had passed? God, it wasn't long at all. 5, 10 minutes. It was really short. And about 5 or 10 minutes later, what happened? They came out, and I think I asked Erik, did you guys find a will? And he said, there's nothing in the safe at all. I said, you mean totally empty? Nothing? He said, absolutely nothing. And did you ever probate Jose and Kitty's will? No. And did you ever have an opportunity to go to the funeral for Jose and Kitty? No. Did you hear about it? Yes. And, oh, that's different than what the wife testified to. And I think there was a service. I think there was a funeral back. Mr. Levin says, objection, Your Honor, no question pending. The witness says, I apologize. He says, all right, the answer is stricken. Ms. Nahara says, were you aware of some kind of memorial service for Jose and Kitty Menendez. Yes, ma'am. Were you present at that? No. All these events you told us about concerning the defendants requesting information of you concerning a will and they're bringing the safe over. All this took place before the memorial service, is that right? That's correct. All this took place before the funeral, is that correct? That is correct also. Miss Nahara says, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, I think I may be done. The court says, okay, cross-examination by Mr. Levin. So I guess um Lyle's team's not going? Or are we just going out of order? I don't know. But Mr. Levin is for Erik, and usually Lyle's attorney goes first if they do cross-examine. So I'm just wondering about that. All right. Mr. Levin says, morning. Good morning, Mr. Levin, says the witness. All right, now, the first time that you related essentially what you testified to on direct examination to Ms. Nahara, that was in March of 1994? I don't remember. Well, was that the first time that you were interviewed in this case? I don't have the report in front of me, so I'll take your word for it if it was March of dot dot dot. All right. Do you recall being interviewed on two separate occasions in this case? One by Detective Zoller and another by Ms. Khan? I mean, Mr. Khan and Ms. Nahara? Ms. Khan? Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan. Yes. Mr. Levin says, Your Honor, I have two Beverly Hills police reports. One is dated March 1st and the other is May 4th. I would ask that they be marked for identification, 94A and B, or would the court rather, the court says make it 94 and 95. Mr. Levin says 94 would be March 1st and 95 request to mark it May 4th. The court says, all right. Mr. Wright, are you approaching me? Absolutely. Okay, I'm ready. Showing you, I don't know what that was. Showing you what's been marked 94. Have you seen that before? Yes. What is that? Beverly Hills Police Department supplemental report. And showing you 95, what's that? This also says Beverly Hills, well, the first report's dated, for the record, March 15th, 1994. The second report is a Beverly Hills Police Department supplemental report dated June 15th, 1994. And the first report, which is Exhibit 94, you've seen that statement before? Yes. And the first time you saw it was when? Ms. Aronson sent it to you and asked you to review it for accuracy? I'm not sure of that. Do you recall Ms. Aronson sending it to you on April 6th with an accompanying letter? I recall Ms. Aronson sending it a letter. All right. And along with the letter that she sent you, did she not send to you that report? That was a weird question. Did she also send the report? I think that's correct. Mr. Levin says, Your Honor, I have a letter. It's dated April 6th, 1994, from Ms. Abramson's office to Mr. Wright. Ms. Abramson says, May I have a moment, Your Honor? And they confer. The court says, Did you want to mark this as an exhibit? Mr. Levin says, Yes, I would ask that this be marked as Exhibit 96. The court says, All right, Mr. Levin, showing you what's just been marked, Exhibit 96. Do you recall that a letter that Ms. Abramson sent to you? I thought you were going to hand it to me. Yes, sir. Ms. Abramson sent this letter to me. And along with that letter, she sent with that letter the statement that's been marked previously, a March 1st statement. Yes, I assume, maybe, I remember that, I think. Okay. And following that interview that you had with Detective Zoller, you were interviewed again by Mr. Khan and Ms. Nahara on May 4th. Is that correct? That's the first time I met these two individuals. That's correct. And you've testified in this case before. I believe it was June 20th, 1995, just a few months ago. Yes. All right. And before you testified today, did you review anything? Nothing. You didn't look at your testimony? Nothing. Did you review these statements? No, I did not. All right. I want to ask you a few questions, and if you can, answer them yes or no. This may be very interesting. Now, when Lyle and Erik Menendez came to your house and they said that they thought that there might be a will in the computer, they didn't say to you that they knew that there was a will in the computer. That's correct, yes. That's correct? That's correct. They didn't say that. And they also, neither one of them, indicated to you that they knew that there was a will in the safe. That's right. They never said to you that they had looked for a will in the computer. That's correct. And they never said to you that they looked for a will in the safe. That's correct. Neither Lyle nor Erik Menendez ever asked you to secrete or destroy the safe, to put it away, make it secret. Absolutely not. They never told you not to mention to a family member their discussion with you concerning their belief that there might be a will in the computer? You're correct. And would you describe them as being cooperative with respect to their trying to locate their father's will? Absolutely. And it was you that told them, did you not, to bring the safe to your house? Yes. I mean, that's important right there. Because if they're trying to make it like the brothers wanted it open then and there or something, I mean, that's important context to know that he said, bring it over here. And Lyle Menendez immediately, without hesitation, left your house when you believe he was going to get the safe. That's right. When he brought the safe, he or Lyle brought the safe back to your house. It was in a locked condition? That's correct. When you asked Lyle and Erik Menendez for information that might assist you in finding their father's will, they immediately provided you with the name of their father's secretary, Marcy Eisenberg. That's exactly right. And they also provided you with Ms. Eisenberg's phone number, correct? If that's the secretary, yes, they did. Well, you later on called Ms. Eisenberg. Absolutely, I called her, I think, the next day. And the reason you called her, or the way in which you were able to call her, was because you received the phone number from Lyle and Erik. That's right. And also, Lyle told you that he believed that Jose's attorney might be of assistance in locating the will. Is that correct? That is correct. And he indicated possibly the name of Mr. Mason in Lake Tahoe, to which I did talk to. You did talk to Mr. Mason? Yes. And you talked to him about locating the will? As I recall, I did. He was in Tahoe. And nothing that Lyle or Erik said to you about the possibility of a will being in the computer, the possibility that the father had changed the will, none of that information was requested for you to keep that confidential or secret? You're absolutely right about that. So nothing the brothers did they say, like, don't tell anybody about this, or, hide this stuff for us. They weren't doing anything illegal, so to speak. I mean, they didn't open this safe like the prosecution's trying to insinuate, because Erik stayed in that room, that he somehow had access to open the safe when they needed to call a locksmith to get it open. Make that make sense. He says you're absolutely right about that. And it was, you said later on you had called, or you received a phone call from an uncle related to Lyle and Erik. One of the two key people that I felt, based on our conversation, were most closely related to the family, and I assumed would be the people to take over. And prior to telling Lyle and Erik about the safe being opened, you indicated very clearly that that safe must be opened in the presence of executors or family members. You're exactly right. And following that conversation, you received a phone call from a person who you determined to be a close family member. I think it was Mr. Anderson. It was one of the two, either Mr. Anderson or Carlos. And from the tenor of that conversation, would it be correct in stating that you understood that Lyle and or Erik Menendez had told this family member that they had brought this safe over to your house? You're correct about that. In fact, the person who called you had knowledge that the safe was at your house, correct? You're right about that, too. Now, Lyle and Erik Menendez never asked you to keep a secret of their concern that Jose Menendez may have changed the will. Never. And they indicated to you that they never believed that Jose Menendez had, in fact, changed the will. Would you repeat that, please, Mr. Levin? Lyle and Erik Menendez gave you the impression that they believed that Jose had changed the will, possibly taking them out of the will. No, that's not correct. They gave me the impression. I can't answer that yes or no. Do you want me to answer this more than a yes or no? Because I can't answer it yes or no. All right, go ahead. They gave me the impression that they thought the will was changed, but they never gave me the impression, as far as I can remember, that they thought that they were cut out of the will. Well, didn't they say to you, I may be wrong, but I am pretty sure they gave me the impression the will might have been changed. But I know I didn't mention to them that or ask them, were they cut off of the will? I don't think that they gave me that feeling. Sorry. All right, I'm almost sure of that. Let me read something to you from your former testimony and ask you if that's more accurate reading the information that you received. Sorry. Okay. Well, when I told Ms. Nahara says, can I have a cite? Pay 29230, Ms. Nahara. I'm referring to line 23 up to another page. All right. Ms. Nahara says, hold on just one second. That's okay. Mr. Levin is reading. So he's quoting. All right. Mr. Levin is asking the question. I told you, quote, is you Detective Zoller this? I got the impression from talking with them when they talked with me about a will, and they thought the father was working on changing a will and some other things I talked with them about. I got the impression that they were worried that they were going to have a problem with that new will, and that they would, in terms of where they would be in that new will. Is that your impression? So that was his quote. No. Well, the way it's read, I'm only speculating. I mean, that's what Detective Zoller put down, but I got the impression from them that their father was changing the will or had changed the will. But that's not what he testified to here. Oh my my my. They just keep lying. All right. So either had changed it or was in the process of changing. And it may be somewhere, yes, but I don't believe I said to Detective Zoller they looked worried about that. I mean, worried, not the word I would use anyhow. Would it be fair to characterize your feeling, though, that they felt that their position in the new will was different than in the previous will? Well, I'd be speculating, especially since I didn't know Lyle at all and I didn't know Erik well. I just felt from talking to them they were aware that a will either was changed or was going to be changed. And since I was aware that they were the only two, he had two children, that maybe he would create trusts or do something different with the will. Of course not, because why would he take care of his sons? But I never got the impression, getting back to what I said, alluded to a few minutes ago, I never got the impression from them that they thought that they were getting cut out of the will. And you also never got the impression that they were trying to keep any of this information from you secret. They didn't give me that impression. They also never told you what they thought might be in the safe, correct? That's right. And it was you that had asked whether their father had a will, correct? Yes, I did. So he's the one that even brought up the will. Wow. And it was you who asked who the business lawyer was who might assist you in locating the will. That's correct. And it was you who took the phone number of Marcy Eisenberg and followed up looking for the will. That's correct. And it was you who asked where Jose Menendez's personal documents were kept or might be kept. As I recall, that's correct. And it was you who asked if there was a safe in the house. He says yes. And it was you who said to go get the safe so that you could later look for the will. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it that way. Lyle said he could get the safe, and I said you can't get into the house. In essence, he said I can get the safe. If you can get to the safe, it's being brought here and no other place because I don't want that thing being opened until the responsible parties will be present. Now, before, when you presented the word bizarre, crazy, yes, were you not referring to the fact that you believed that there would be police officers controlling everything that left or came into the house? No. And that they wouldn't be able to get into it? Partially, but also the fact that this is happening so quick, understand, right after the homicides. And then we're having this conversation, and my head was, it was just a tragically funny situation in my head. What's so funny about it? I mean, I don't know how else to relay it to you. It was you who took possession of and stored the safe. That's right. And you later moved the safe to the garage, did you not? No, the gentleman who showed, with my back, I can't pick anything up. All right. The people who came into the house retrieved the safe from one of the back bedrooms and moved it into the garage area. Okay, now in front of you, could you look at the March 1st, 1994 statement and flip to page 3? March 4th? March 1st. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a little confusing. I dated that one March 15th. There's a date that says March 1st on the first line. Just to be clear, this is the report that says March 15th at the top. Yes. Can you flip to the page 3? I'll do that. Don't read it out loud, but look at the paragraph. I actually wrote the paragraph numbers next to it. Would you look at paragraph number 2? Thank you for doing that, he says. You're welcome. Paragraph number 2. Yes. Would you look at where it says Randy went home and just read that to yourself? From that line down? Okay. Just read the sentence, Randy went home. Okay. Did you read that sentence? Yes. Do you recall telling Detective Zoller that you went home, took the safe from the bedroom, and put it in the garage? Les Zoller's head must have been on a golf course because I never picked up the safe and took it to the garage. Wow. So this prosecution witness is saying the lead investigator's head is on the golf course because that was never said. Very interesting. All right, so Detective Zoller made an error in your report. He certainly did. Now, you had suggested that Erik Menendez spend the night at your house. I asked them both. I got the feeling that they were lost mentally, and I asked them both, why don't you just stay here if you like? They actually came over, at least in your impression, you thought it was for consolation? I got the distinct impression from Lyle. From Erik, I'm sorry, that they really had nobody to lean on, and I got the impression that I was looked to for, as a father figure, quote unquote, somebody to talk to about it in essence. So you didn't get the impression that these were two potential clients that were coming to you to sit down and discuss why you specifically a retention in a probate with you specifically about a retention in a probate matter like a client might with an attorney. Well, since I've done maybe 2 probates my whole life as a lawyer, I did not think that that was never on my mind. Well, you're familiar, Mr. Wright, with clients. You must have handled thousands of your career. Thank you very much. And you're also familiar with the attorney-client relationship, are you not? Yes. And it would be if you believed that there was an attorney-client relationship that had been formed with Lyle and Erik Menendez. Certainly you wouldn't. You'd be asserting that privilege in court and saying that you could not say one thing about what Lyle and Erik Menendez told you when they came to your house to be for you to be retained in the probate matter. Am I supposed to answer that, yes or no? Well, your state of mind that you did not have a formal. The court says, are you asking him his current state of mind or at the time? Ms. Nahira says, Your Honor, I'd object that his state of mind is irrelevant. The court says, why don't you rephrase the question as far as what you were trying to get? Mr. Levin says, sure. Are you familiar with the attorney-client relationship? Correct? I hope I am. And am I correct in stating that all communications between attorney and client, when there is an attorney-client relationship, are confidential and they are not to be revealed to any outside source without a waiver from your client? Is that essentially it? Yes and no. Well, did you feel at the time that you were being looked at as a father figure by two people who had just suffered a tragedy and they wanted to talk to you? Objection calls for speculation from the witness. The court says we've already gone into this as to what he thought, and why they were there. The witness says, I thought. The court says you've already answered the question. Next question. Mr. Levin says, all right. The reason that you believe that they had come to you was that the reason why you offered both Lyle and Erik Menendez the opportunity to spend the night at your home? Erik gave me the distinct impression that he needed to talk. He needed me to talk to. I got the distinct impression from Erik that even though we weren't close, he felt he was close to me and that he could. He felt warm around my surroundings. And that's the only impression I got when he came over with Lyle, and that's the only impression. And you like Erik Menendez, correct? Ms. Nahira says objection, irrelevant, overruled. Sure, I liked him. Mr. Levin says, and you had talked to him before? Well, sure. He also used to root for my kid on the tennis court. Even when he would lose, he would root for Billy. Ugh, I love these brothers. So it wasn't out of character for you. Like, nobody was doing that for Erik. No one was lifting Erik up when he would lose because his father would, well, both his mom and his dad would tell him what he did wrong the whole time, the whole ride home, make him feel like garbage, punish him by essaying him later that night if he lost. So he knew he had punishment and things, and nobody was comforting him and saying, "It's okay for you to lose. It's a good thing that you tried. Good for you for trying. And you did a great job. And sometimes the game just doesn't go your way, but you did a great job." None of that. But yet here he is telling others when they've lost that they're, comforting them. Anyways. All right. So it wasn't out of character for you and your wife, Klara, to extend your hospitality for Erik Menendez to spend some time at your home? Ms. Nahir says objection, irrelevant, overruled. You can answer the question. The witness says, we generally don't take people in off the street, including you. We wouldn't. Well, maybe you, but wow. Mr. Levin says, I can't afford to go there. The witness says, it wasn't done in that way. I felt bad and I told the boys if they had no place to go, I didn't feel they'd want to go home and stay there. I asked them to stay at our house if they liked. We had enough bedrooms. Mr. Levin says, what it, what it didn't have anything to do with was Erik Menendez wanting to stay with a safe. That's my point. Ms. Nahara says, objection calls for speculation. The witness says, I'm confused. Court says the question does call for speculation. Erik Menendez never said anything to you like where that safe goes. I go? Absolutely not. I never had any impression. Ms. Nahira says, I'd object. At that point, it's non-responsive. The court says, all right, absolutely not is the answer. Next question. Mr. Levin says, and Erik Menendez never said to you where that safe sleeps, I sleep? I don't think, that's, Ms. Nahira says it calls for a yes or no. The witness says that's bizarre. He wasn't watching that safe. Ms. Nahira says non-responsive. The court says the answer will stand. Mr. Levin says, Erik Menendez, as you said, was not watching the safe. No, I didn't have any feeling at all that either one of those two. Ms. Nahara says, I'd object as non-responsive. The court says, all right, the answer as stated will stand. Next question, please. Mr. Levin says, thank you. If I might have a moment, Your Honor. The court says, sure. Attorneys confer. Mr. Levin says, was there a conversation that you had during this time with Lyle Menendez where it was stated which time, Mr. Levin? I'm talking about the conversation that you had with Lyle Menendez before because Lyle didn't spend the night. So the conversation at your home on the 21st. Okay. Okay. When you sat in the living room, the family room on the couch, was there a discussion at that time where the topic of a life insurance policy was brought up by Lyle Menendez? Yes, sir. And am I correct in stating that Lyle Menendez had volunteered to you information or some information about the fact that there might have been a multi-million-dollar life insurance taken out on his father or attempted to be taken out by his father or by the business for the father? All right. And also that the fact or the only reason that he didn't believe that the policy was in effect because his father had not gotten around to taking the physical. That's right. With respect to the statement about the mafia, yes, sir. Am I correct in stating that it was Lyle Menendez talking about problems or business problems that his father may have been involved in? And then you had mentioned the word mafia first? Well, first of all, he didn't say problems. When I was talking with him about who would do you have any feeling about who would take your parents' lives? And then he talked about this, his father being a terrific businessman and pulled a great move with these record stores in the East, and the parties that were involved on the other end got upset and they were mafia controlled. And I got the feeling from the way that Lyle was talking, I think he did tell me that his father had been threatened. Okay. But Lyle Menendez didn't say the mafia, did he? I think he did, but I'm not 100%. I think he would have had to, but I can't be 100% or whatever, or whether after he related this to me, whether he said mafia or I said, was it mafia controlled or something to that effect, I'm not sure. A little bit fuzzy in your mind? I'm not sure. I'm trying to be as precise as I can, but I'm not sure. But I know we talked mafia. Okay. I'd like to read to you an answer that you gave me on the same subject matter back in June and ask you if it's more accurate. I'm willing to listen to that. Mr. Levin says, "All right, referring to page 29228, line 26, and to read the complete answer to line 21 of the next page, I'll read the whole answer." The witness says, "You're going to read the whole answer?" And Mr. Levin says, "I'll read the whole answer. You weren't as brief as you are today." The witness says, "That's what." Ms. Nahara says, "You'll read past 18." The witness says, "Is that one of my rambling answers?" Mr. Levin says, "I was asking you essentially the same question." And quote, answer, "Well, I don't really quarrel with it. It just it's a lot of this. For instance, Randy told him that who they thought committed the murders, and Randy," the witness says, "Randy." Mr. Levin says, "I told them, and Lyle told them it was the mafia." Well, Lyle didn't say the mafia. I said, in essence, I said, "Did your father have any enemies?" And the only enemies he could say, well, he was a tough businessman, but the only enemies the serious problem was these record shops in the East. And I said, "Well, what was the problem there?" Well, he gave me the impression that they were mafia controlled and that he had had a problem with his father about that. Okay. He in essence beat them and made too good of a deal. I said, "What do you think, that this could be a situation that led to your father's death?" Answer, "Yeah, he thought it was the mafia." So again, he didn't say mafia until after I went into because I was asking him a series of questions. Question, do you recall that testimony? I'm recalling it. Okay, is that accurate with respect to your recollection of this discussion concerning the possible problem that Mr. Menendez might have had? Well, that's the sum and substance, but I don't know if that's much different than what I related to you here. What I'm concerned about, at least what I want to clear up, is it was actually Lyle Menendez telling you that there might have been some problems, and then you suggested that it could be the mafia. Is that correct? We're playing a semantic game here. In terms of suggest, mafia was mentioned. I was given the impression mafia. Whether or not I said, quote unquote, the magic word mafia, or he did, I'm not 100% sure. So you don't recall at this time. I wouldn't have recalled then either. I mean, I got that impression. If I mentioned mafia, I did mention mafia, he would have agreed with me because I know he said it was when he talked about mafia, he didn't disagree with that. I think I have just one other question. When Lyle Menendez mentioned that there may be a will in the computer, yes, sir. Am I correct? He didn't say he was concerned about it. He just matter of factly said it might be there. Would you repeat that question? That's fine. I'll withdraw it. Nothing further. Thank you. Miss Towery says, the court asks Miss Towery if she has any questions. So she does. So Miss Towery is for Lyle. So they're just going out of order, which is interesting, but okay. Miss Towery asks, when Mr. Levin asked you about the discussion about the life insurance policy, you mean Mr. Levin? He pronounces it a weird way. I thought it was Levin. I don't know, whatever, however they want to call it. Mr. Levin says yes. They pronounce it correctly. Someone does. All right. The witness says, Mr. Levin says that's quite all right. Ms. Towery says, when he asked you about the life insurance policy, he used the term volunteered, that Lyle Menendez volunteered that there was a life insurance policy that wasn't in effect. That's not the way it came about, was it? No, I think I asked him, did your father have any insurance policies? Right, and he told you that. I'm positive I asked him that. And he responded to your question by telling you that he thought that there was a life insurance policy that the company had purchased, but he believed that it was not in effect because his father had not gotten around to taking the physical. Isn't that the way it happened? He said his father had had a condition or a prior heart attack or something to that effect, and he either didn't want to take the physical or wasn't ready to take the physical. The impression is that's the impression that I got. The impression I got was that the father probably wouldn't have been able to pass the physical. Miss Abramson says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The court says, we'll have the reporter read back the answer. The last answer was read back. Ms. Towery continues, and you also got the impression from speaking with Lyle Menendez that he thought that the fact that his father had not taken the physical would result in the life insurance policy not being valid. Isn't that right? I got the impression that the life insurance policy was not valid. Ms. Towery says, thank you. I have nothing further. The court says, any redirect. Ms. Nahira says, thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness for a minute? The court says, sure. Ms. Nahira says, thank you. The witness says, would somebody like to take these back? The court says, just leave them right there. So whatever they are, they're exhibits. Now we're going to begin redirect examination by Ms. Nahira. Mr. Wright. Yes, ma'am. When you spoke to the defendants the day after they were taken, after their homicides, and they mentioned to you that they might be, Ms. Abramson says, objection, Your Honor. Ms. Nahira says, and they said that there might be a new will in the computer. Did they state for certain whether or not that they knew that there was a new will or not? No, they did not. Now, did they tell you that they thought that their father might be working on a new will and it might be in the computer? Yes. And did they ask you, if you testified earlier that they asked you whether or not the computer in the will was valid, and you said, a computer in the will, whether a will on a computer is valid? That's correct. All right. He says, right. See, I'm still awake. I don't understand. This guy tries to be funny so much. Okay, so question. When they asked you whether or not a will in a computer was valid, yes, and you said that they weren't, that you weren't sure, that's right. Is it after you told them that they told you that there might be a will in the safe? No, I don't believe that sequentially I'm not sure if it went that way. I know I asked them whether or not the business paper situation, whether in the safe, papers in the safe. So the way you related that to me, I can't tell you honestly in terms of the order it went. I can't give you that degree of assuredness that it went one way or the other first. Without going into sequence, at one point, did they tell you that there might be a new will in the computer? Yes. And did they also tell you that there might be also a will in existence in a safe? No, no. Ms. Towery says objection, misstates the testimony. The court says overruled. The witness says, I thought. The court says, you answered the question. Wait a minute. The witness says, I thought that. The court says, you answered the question. Next question. Wow, these people, the Wrights, do not listen. They have listening and comprehension issues. Ms. Nahara says, how did the thought of we're talking about a will in existence and a will in a safe? How did the idea of a will actually in existence come up? I mentioned it. I guess your father has to have a will, and I mean, you start with that. Is there a will? Do you know where the will is? Do they know who wrote the will? And in terms of the safe, mentioned, is there a safe in the house? Yes. Well, maybe there's a will in the safe. So that was more me than them in terms of asking about the safe. Yet these are all like adult questions that you would be thinking about from an adult perspective, and it almost seems like the brothers went to them to figure out what to do next now that their parents are gone. It wasn't, it was more of a kind of, can you give us some advice of what to do legally from a legal standpoint? What do we do with this will? And, what's next for us, basically. All right, so when you mentioned that there was a possibility of a will in the safe, yes, ma'am, is that the defendant, Lyle Menendez, suggested that they should bring in the safe? Ms. Towery objects, misstates the testimony. Ms. Towery objects, misstates the evidence. The court sustains that. Ms. Nahara says, sometime after you suggested that there might be a will in the safe, did the suggestion come from the defendant, Lyle Menendez, that the safe should be brought over? Lyle said he could go get the safe. Now, was his only interest in getting the safe the fact that you mentioned there might be a will in the safe? Objection, Your Honor, says Mr. Levin, and Ms. Abramson also objects. Speculation. Ms. Towery objects, calls for speculation. The court says, all right, three lawyers all in agreement here that would call for speculation, sustained. Ms. Nahara says, from your involvement in this conversation, Mr. Wright, yes, ma'am, you discussed with the defendant, Lyle Menendez, the fact that there might be a will in the safe. That's correct. And he discussed bringing that safe over. Is that right? Objection, misstates the evidence. Rephrase the question, please. Also leading, rephrase the question, please. Ms. Nahara says, sir, yes. Did he discuss bringing the safe over at some point in the evening? He did. Was this one on the last one of the last things that you discussed? Yes. And before he discussed bringing the safe over, did you discuss the possibility of a will in existence in the safe? Absolutely. And did you discuss the possibility that there might be a will in the computer before the safe was brought over? Ms. Towery says, objection, asked and answered. The court says, overruled. The witness says, I think we talked about the will in the computer. Yeah, we talked about the will, computer, safe, all that conversation was before the safe was retrieved from the Menendez home and brought to my house. Ms. Nahira says, now with regards to the question that Mr. Levin asked you concerning your testimony previously, yes, ma'am. Is it your understanding that the defendants thought that the father was working on changing a will? Objection, irrelevant. Ms. Nahira says, was that the impression you got? Ms. Nahira says, objection, irrelevant, calls for conclusion on the part of the witness. The court says overruled. Ms. Towery says improper opinion. The court says overruled. The witness then says, that's a hard one. I'm not sure if I got that impression that he had changed the will or that he was in the process of changing the will. I can't really answer that with any certainty. I get the impression that he was in the middle of changing the will at the time of his death. So he was potentially thinking about changing his will. I can't answer to that, but this is all speculation. Ms. Towery says, okay, you say you got the impression that he, meaning Jose Menendez, yes, was in the process of changing his will. Is that right? I'm not sure that I got the impression from them that he was. That's what I just answered, I thought. I'm not 100% sure if I got the distinct impression from them that he was either in the process of changing the will. I probably would have to say I got more the impression that he probably had written a new will. Probably had written, so you have no idea. When you testified back in June of 1995, whenever, yeah, was it more your impression that he was in the process of working on changing a will? You see, when you ask me that, I can't tell you if it's 51-49 or 80-20 in terms of my personal feeling about that, which came from the impression I got from their comments. What did the It's close. I can't tell you. If you pin me down and ask me, did I get the impression that the will had been changed or that time of the death that he was in the process of changing the will, I couldn't tell you if it connected that he had changed the will or he was in the process of changing the will. I really can't. That was a very long-winded answer to nothing. Like these guys are just talking in circles now. What did the defendant, Lyle Menendez, tell you about this? It had to do with computer. That's what we segued into. He had it. He told me that he had written a will years earlier, and he was thinking about changing the will. And he thinks there's a will on the computer. So the defendant, Lyle Menendez, told you that his father had written a will years earlier. He was aware of the fact that he had a will and he had written it years earlier. He also said that he told you that his father was thinking of changing the will or something in the computer. Is that right? No, not really. He was aware of the fact. I got the impression again that no, what did he tell you is what I want to know. For me to give, exact wording, and they want exact wording, and I can give you the exact wording. I can only give you my impression from a conversation that we had under horrible circumstances. Understand, I wasn't in too good of shape either because of what had just happened, so I'm relating to everybody here exactly the sum and substance of what I recall. I recall there was a chance that there was a new will. It may be in the computer. Now, I probably got more of that impression than I did that he was in the middle of changing the will when that happened. And did you testify that you thought back in June of 1995 that calling the attention back to Mr. Levin on the previous testimony, do you recall saying, Ms. Abramson says 1 minute counsel, Ms. Nahara says this is Levin's prior quote. Court says wait until they can get the transcript. The witness says, oh, he has it. He says he has it. Ms. Nahara says, do you recall stating at that time, Ms. Nahara? No. Are we on redirect or cross? I don't know anymore. These witnesses are driving me insane. So Ms. Nahara says, and there's so many people talking at once here. Ms. Harris says, do you recall stating at that time, when I told Detective Zoller this, I got the impression from talking with them when they talked with me about a will that they thought the father was working on changing a will and some other things I talked with them about. So his prior testimony was working on changing a will. Now he's saying that it was already completed in his mind. His state of mind is that he thought it was already a completed will. I got the impression that they were worried about that they were going to have a problem with that new will, that they would, in terms of where they would be in that new will. And then the witness responding to that. So that was prior testimony. The witness says, yeah, I said something about the fact that I think I said that the new will, I think I got the impression that there was a will that had been written. I mean, more so than they had. Then he was working on a will at the time. I got the impression that there might have been a will and a concern on their part of how he changed the will. But as I said earlier, I did not get the impression that they didn't give me the impression, as I recall, that they thought that they were cut out of the will. And you just stated a few minutes ago that you thought that you remembered the defendant, Lyle, telling you that his father was thinking of changing the will. Yeah, in our conversation, you've got to understand, we had a long conversation up to that, and I got out of the impressions was the father had been thinking for a while. How that came out of was he had told me the father had been thinking for a while to update his will and change his will. That was the context in which we started talking about old will versus update and making a new will, which most people do anyhow or should, which I should do. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, in response to questions by Mr. Levin, you said that your state of mind was that you were just talking to the defendants because they needed someone to talk to. That was your statement. I actually, Mr. Levin, I'm not Mr. Levin, I'm Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, was it your state of mind? Yes, ma'am. Now you said that. Please don't call me Mr. Levin again. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Now, you stated that. Now, at some point, you were asked whether or not you knew what the defendant's state of mind were and didn't want to speculate. You couldn't speculate on that. Is that right? In what context? In terms of their conversation with you, you could not really speculate on what the defendant's state of mind was. Is that right? At that time? Yes, absolutely not. Now, at some point, did you receive a letter from Ms. Abramson that basically clarified to you what the defendant's state of mind was concerning that conversation? Objection, Mr. Levin says, and also Ms. Towery says, calls for hearsay, irrelevant. The court says, all right. Did you want to be heard on this subject? Ms. Harris says, yes. Why is it that he's like, yeah, you can just be heard on this? He just like offers her the chance. He says, we'll have a hearing. We'll take a recess here so we can discuss the matter. We'll have the jury back in 10 minutes to the hour. Don't discuss the case with anyone and don't form any final opinions about it. We'll have the jurors back in 10 minutes. The court says the jury has left. What is it you wanted to do? Ms. Nahara says Mr. Levin asked a series of questions of this witness in front of the jury as to whether or not the defendants asked to keep this conversation confidential, if they ever asked to keep it secret, if they ever asked any of those, ever made any of those requests of Mr. Wright. They also asked him whether his impression was that this was merely a friendly meeting where they were all supposed to sit down and he was giving them consolation, I believe was the word Mr. Levin used. I believe this opens the door. It leaves the jury with an erroneous impression that they were there to chat with a friend when in their minds they were there to talk with an attorney. You don't know that. Evidence of their statement is the letter Ms. Abramson wrote to the counsel saying that they wanted to assert an attorney-client privilege. Mr. Levin says, it's hard to stand up, Your Honor. I thought I heard the exact opposite remark in our previous hearing. Ms. Nahara said, you did. Mr. Levin says, where the prosecution took the approach and also argued vigorously before this court that there was never an attorney client relationship from all the facts and evidence they had, that Mr. Wright never could have concluded that there was. They filed briefs on this subject. They took a lot of court time and did so. Exactly. Mr. Levin says, "We, of course, took the opposite approach. This was all after Mr. Wright had already talked to the Beverly Hills Police Department on 2 occasions, and the communications after that are not relevant to these proceedings. The only letter we talked about was the letter that Ms. Abramson wrote to Mr. Wright asking for clarification on an earlier statement to the Beverly Hills Police Department. It was after that Mr. Wright was re-interviewed by Beverly Hills, the police department, I believe, in May, the beginning of May the 4th. The following that interview, it was Ms. Abramson at that time that sent a letter to Randy Wright because it was the defense position at that time that there was a legal attorney-client relationship and that Mr. Wright should not breach what the defense considered to be confidential. But that was never Mr. Wright's state of mind, and it was never an issue with respect to his state of mind in this case. So for the prosecution to now want to inject a legal motion that the defense filed and took the opposite approach, I'm absolutely befuddled. So basically, the defense was saying, we wanted to say that there was this client attorney privilege, but this guy is opening his big mouth and he's talking to police, he's talking to everybody, even though he's an attorney and should know better. So they opposed this. The prosecution opposed the defense objecting to this, or you know what I mean. So they objected to the attorney-client privilege relationship. Now they're saying, oh wait, there was an attorney-client privilege. They're taking the opposite approach now, which is just befuddling, as Mr. Levin has said. It's not only not relevant, but it's very disingenuous to take that position in this. The court says, you're taking the opposite position too from what you have taken. Mr. Levin says, I'm not. I'm just a good loser. You convinced me, Your Honor, in your wisdom that that I was wrong, and I think that perhaps the facts is what really Mr. Wright's state of mind was, and the court did conclude that there was no attorney-client relationship among other things, but we haven't, or Mr. Wright hasn't changed his position. So maybe that was what the June hearing was about, was to find out. The court wanted to determine if there was an attorney-client privilege, so they brought him in to interview him, possibly? I don't know. The court says, I included a ruling that there was no confidential communication between Mrs. Wright, or because Mrs. Wright was present. So that's why there's no attorney-client privilege, because Mrs. Wright was sticking her big Gladys Kravitz nose in everything and wanted to listen to the whole conversation. So there was no attorney-client privilege. Ms. Towery says, Mr. Wright also testified in terms of his frame of mind. He testified at the hearing that he did not want Mr. Wright. The court says, Ms. Abramson, you'll have to speak lower. Otherwise, we can't hear anybody else. Ms. Abramson says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Towery says, Mr. Wright did testify that he did not believe an attorney-client privilege had formed as to invoke the privilege, and he testified to that at the hearing. The court says, right. Ms. Towery says that was his state of mind and still is. The court says, right. The issue really is, right now, what relevance does it have that there was a letter written by Ms. Abramson later on? 1 second. We're going to let a juror come out. Mr. Levin says the court says 1 second. The juror exiting the court or the jury room. The court says, okay, Mr. Levin, Ms. Abramson reminded me that in California, the assertion of a privilege, the fact that the defendant or any person asserts a privilege or confidentiality, whether it's the Fifth Amendment or attorney-client privilege, is not a matter to be heard by the jury. This is a legal issue. It's restricted to within the province of the court, and I have not opened the door by talking about Mr. Wright's factual belief, which was that there was no privilege, and that's why he was freely talking about the matters. The court says, well, I don't know what's in the letter. I haven't seen it. But secondly, the only other observation I have at this point is that it is unclear to me the tenor of your questioning, as though you were asking whether or not Mr. Wright believed there was such an attorney-client relationship, and there was one being developed and one was going to be created for the purpose of probating a will. That's the way I thought they were questioning him. Ms. Abramson says, no, it was just the opposite. Court says, I'm talking to Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin says, no, Your Honor, it was actually going the opposite with respect to what developed not only from the police reports and receiving Detective Zoller's notes, which followed the hearing, and what developed at the hearing, where Mr. Wright has always, I believe, made it very clear, at least it's my understanding, that he did not believe that Erik and Lyle and himself had an attorney-client privilege, and it had nothing to do with the presence of his wife as to why he felt that he could not relay the substance of that conversation to law enforcement. He just felt that from the totality of the circumstances, the fact that he had known Erik Menendez in the past, the fact that this unfolded, he wasn't even thinking in those particular terms, and he was merely talking to a troubled Erik Menendez and offering him advice, fatherly type advice, opening his home to him, feeding him, and those kinds of things. And that's essentially what I wanted to convey to the jury. The court says, all right, okay, let me hear what the people's argument is as to why this letter and contents should be admissible. Ms. Nahara says, I believe counsel opened up the door when they asked a series of questions concerning whether or not the defendants thought that whether or not the defendants asked him to keep this secret or keep it private or keep it confidential. The implication being, oh, they didn't care if it was out there and all the world knew. In reality, that action belies the facts. That's an erroneous. The court says, what fact is that? Ms. Nahara says, their actions to try to assert a mythical privilege that didn't exist, clearly they were trying to keep the secret. The court says, that's years later. We're talking about an assertion on the privilege that occurred on June of 1995. The issue here is what occurred in August of 1989 and the nature of the communication in 89. What the lawyers do by writing letters or filing motions in court asserting a privilege to prevent disclosure of what they allege to be a confidential communication, that's an entirely different issue. Ms. Nahara says, our argument, basically, Your Honor, is the belief that their behavior in 95 reflects that they were thinking or why they didn't ask him to keep it secret back in 89. The court says, unless you have something where they did something themselves, the defendants in 95, to support your position, then the objection is sustained. They themselves didn't do anything. They had the lawyers doing things, filing motions and things. Ms. Nahara says that's correct. They haven't, right. The court says there's nothing to reflect upon the defendant's state of mind in 89 from what you're offering here. Therefore, the objection is sustained. Ms. Nahara says, okay. Finally, a win for the defense. The court says, as to that issue, Ms. Abramson, we have concern that the nature of the phraseology of Ms. Nahara's questions made it appear. Oh, so Ms. Nahara, blah, blah, Ms. Abramson is saying this now. She says, we have concern that the nature of the phraseology of Ms. Nahara's question made it appear that somehow the defendants did tell him to keep it secret. We would ask for an admonition. The court says it's not evidence, and I don't see any reason to do anything more than give that instruction at the end of the case. Ms. Abramson said, could we just announce to the jury that the objection was sustained? The court says, well, when the question, my belief is the jury won't even remember what the question was, so it really would be meaningless to say it was sustained. Now that's BS. You should be able to say it was sustained in front of the jury. Do you remember what the question was? Miss Abramson says, I remember the gist of the question. Didn't you get a letter from, I think the witness remembers the question, a letter from me, as if somehow we're trying to claim the witness up, or Ms. Nahara says, well, that's true. Ms. Abramson says, well, we're only using legal clamming devices, not immoral or unethical clamming devices. The court says, "You did write letters to Mr. Wright." Ms. Abramson says, "I think it gives us the right now to show so the jury doesn't think it's the letter that's before him to indicate there's nothing in that letter except a request that the witness review his police report and let us know if it's accurate." The court says, "I don't see anything in the nature of the question that would cause a letter to be admitted at this point." All right, anything else then on this subject? Ms. Nahara says no. The court says, "We'll resume in 10 minutes." The bailiff says, "Your Honor, the jurors are walking in, or out." No, the jurors, Your Honor, I have the jurors walking, is what the bailiff says. Recess was taken. The court says, "Now we'll have the jury out. Jury is back. You may continue your redirect, Ms. Nahara." So we're almost done, guys. I swear we're right at the end here. All right. Miss Nahara says, "Thank you, Your Honor." Mr. Wright. "Hi there. Now, sir, at the break, I asked you a question about your impressions because you've been testifying all this morning about your impressions of things." Mr. Levin, objection with regard to all this morning. The court says, "Why don't you just ask the question?" Ms. Nahara says, "Certainly. What I'd like to focus you on, rather than telling the jury about your impressions." Mr. Levin says, "Objection. That's an improper question." The court says, "We haven't heard the question yet. Let's just get to the question." Ms. Nahara says, "Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall if the defendant, Lyle Menendez, ever told you anything about a first will or a will that his father may have had? What he may have told you?" "He told me years earlier he knew that his father had written a will." Now, did you ask him or did you tell him anything about a second will or anything about anything else about a will? "I don't recall how it came up, but he told me that his father had been talking about changing his will." Now, did he ever specifically tell you whether or not his father had changed a will? No. Did he or the defendant, Erik, ever expressed to you any concern over the possibility of a new will or a changed will? Objection, Your Honor, with regard to the term concern. It's vague and ambiguous. The court says, "Why don't you rephrase the question?" Ms. Nahara says, "If you recall, not going into impressions, did they express anything to you concerning their being concern over," she's saying the same words, and she's using they now. Mr. Levin is objecting to they. Ms. Towery says, "Same objection. Also the use of the term concern. It's also vague." The court says, "Are you asking, did they say anything, either one of them, on that subject?" Ms. Nahara says, "Yes." The court says, "All right, overruled." Ms. Nahara says, "Actually, did they say anything?" Can you rephrase that question, re-ask it, please? "Certainly. If you remember, do you recall whether or not either defendant said anything about either defendant, Erik, or the defendant, Lyle Menendez, concerning over a new will?" Lyle had said to me that my father has been talking about changing his will. I'm sure of that. I'm telling you, Randy Wright is sure of that coming from Lyle. Now he talks about himself in the third person. Got it. He's one of those. I mean, I guess I do that sometimes too, but not really. I wouldn't do that in testimony. So Ms. Nahara says, "Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing further." "I'm sorry, yes, I do. Something that counsel for the defense asked you concerning the defendant, Lyle Menendez, mentioning to you that there was a life insurance policy. Is that correct?" "I know. I asked whether or not there were any. Were they aware whether or not their father had any life insurance policies?" "He didn't ask. He didn't mention it to me. I asked them. I'm sorry, I asked Lyle." "And when you asked the defendant, Lyle, whether or not that there were any life insurance policies, did he tell you anything?" "Yes." "What did he tell you?" "He had one policy that was in effect, I think, for 300,000, but I think that's the figure. And then there was another policy that he said he didn't think was legal because their father had the problem with his heart, was supposed to the secretary had been telling him he's got to get the physical in order to validate the policy, in essence, and the father never got the physical, and I just confirmed what I felt that he knew. He asked Would there be a legal policy? And I said no. In my opinion, without the physical, you can't get a $5 million policy on anybody unless you're the owner of the company or unless they take a physical. Now, the policy, this $5 million policy that you told us about, now that's what you're talking about, or that's what you're talking to Mr. Levine about. Wasn't that in effect? Yes, he asked me about that. Was there another insurance policy that was in effect? I just alluded to that. That was the one for 300,000. And that's a separate policy? Well, yeah. I don't think that the brothers even knew about that until way later because wasn't it one of the aunts had it for them? They didn't even know about it? So how would they have known about it that day? Or am I getting those confused? I don't know. There was an insurance policy that the brothers didn't even know about until the aunts and uncles came, and the family came, and they told the brothers because the brothers thought that they were out of the will. And I think it was Mardacano who had an insurance policy for them. So they didn't even know about this the day after the homicides, I would contend. I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe there was another policy that they did know about, but I thought that the other policy that did pay out, they didn't know about. All right, so Ms. Nahara says, thank you very much. I have nothing further. The court says, anything else, Mr. Levin? It says, just a couple of questions. Recross examination by Mr. Levin. Mr. Wright. Yes, sir. You're going to show me 94 again? Actually, it's 95. Oh, sorry. Would you please take a look at the second page of Exhibit 95, which, just to identify for the jury, is a statement of May the 4th, 1994, where you were interviewed by Ms. Khan and, I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, and I'm sorry, that's twice you've done that. I usually do it the other way around, Mr. Khan and Ms. Nahara. Okay, would you take a look at the second page at the third paragraph and the number one numbered as 3? The one numbered as 3. I don't, whatever. Okay, so yes, sir. And about midday down there is a sentence that midway down, there is a sentence that begins with Lyle further said. Do you see where that is? Yes. Okay. Am I correct in stating that on May 4th, 1994, when you were interviewed by the district attorneys seated here in court, that you told them that Lyle further said that they think that their father may have changed the will recently? In the course of my discussions with them, I think I asked them, well, do you think you said he was working on a will? Now, do you think he changed the will? And then I think Lyle said, well, he may have changed the will and it may be in the computer or something to that effect. And you told that to the district attorney as well, didn't you? Well, everything I've said here in one form or another, I've told to a lot of people. I mean, I've said it, whether I said it with my language one way or another way. That's fine. The witness says, it's the sum and substance of what I recall. The attorneys confirm. Ms. Abramson says, could we have a moment, Your Honor? Mr. Levin says, nothing further, Your Honor. The uh, court says, any redirect? Ms. Nahara says, no, Your Honor. Court says, okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. And that is the end of the rights. Very, very, very annoying and talkative and obnoxious rights. Randolph and Klara. And there you have it. So I don't know. I think a lot of that was made up after the fact, perhaps. Perhaps some of that was coached from district attorneys. I don't know. Not saying, but I'm just saying because a lot of that it doesn't make sense that they never testified in trial one. None of the things that they said here were ever stated before trial one. So I find it very hard to believe either one of them. He was much more believable and likable because sometimes he did just answer the questions, but um, she was just god awful. So up next, we will have on Thursday, we're done here, but for Thursday, we will have the people we'll call Carlos Baralt, who is the uncle of the brothers, and he was present during the opening of the will or of the safe, and he knew more about the will and he was closer. He knew things about the parents. So we will get into that next time. Thank you guys so much for following along with me. I appreciate you for being here and take care. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Whoops.